see the world through open eyes and savor all the time before it flies. And every time you wake up, there's a new day that's calling out your name. Come join the game. Well, that's life. Take what comes along the way. That's love. Let it grow stronger every day. There's joy as the days go passing by. There's hope, a better life for you and I. We'll take our dreams and fly. Together we can try. That's life. Well, some things in this world were meant to be, like living life in peace and harmony. So follow where the road will lead you. Hand in hand we'll make our dreams come true. Enjoy the view. Oh, that's life. Take what comes along the way. That's love. Let it grow stronger every day. There's joy as the days go passing by. There's hope, a better life for you and I. We'll take our dreams and fly. Together we can try. That's life. Together we can try. Oh, that's life. We'll take what comes along the way. That's love. Let it grow stronger every day. There's joy, and as the days go passing by. There's hope, a better life for you and I. We'll take our dreams and fly. Together we can try. That's a life. I feel so alive, yeah. I'm happy head to toe, I'm in overdrive. You're right. Clear those clouds away, I can feel the sun, yeah. Let the music play, now we've just begun. Cause these are the best days. These are the best days. These are the best days of our lives, of our lives. There's magic in the air and it feels.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's call our meeting to order. I'd like to note that Ms. Miller has a conflict and expects to join us at 5 p.m. today. Roll call, please, Ms. Neal.
Ms. Miller, Ms. Parker,
Here.
Ms. Reed,
Here.
Ms. Gouy,
Here.
Dr. Varda.
Here. Is there a motion on today's agenda?
I move that the Board of Education approves the agenda for the special study session meeting of March 9th, 2022, as revised with the addition of item 3.01, executive session on legal advice regarding operation of district schools.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? It has been moved and seconded to approve the special meeting agenda of March 9th as revised with the addition of item 3.01, executive session on legal advice regarding operation of district schools. Roll call, please, Ms. Neal.
Ms. Parker.
Yes.
Ms. Reed.
Yes.
Ms. Cooley.
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
Great. We begin this afternoon with staff providing the Board of Education with an update on how we define a thriving school in Jeffco. And if our guests want to join us up here or down here, wherever we are. The board is envisioning thriving schools and how we might define a thriving school within the district. Now, the Deputy Superintendent, along with leadership of educational research and design, school leadership, and student success areas, will review the draft of a Jeffco Thriving School based on input from the board as well as stakeholders in each of the respective departments. Board members, we have allocated 30 minutes for this update. Superintendent Dorland, do you have anything you want to add before we begin with introductions?
I just want to say thank you to the board for spending a good amount of time during your retreat talking about what you believe and know about what happens in a thriving school. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Kim and our academic leadership team for the work that they've done to take your work and put it into a product that we're very much looking forward to hearing your feedback on. So thank you, and welcome to Dr. Kim and Lisa Rilou, who's our Chief of Strategy and Communications. They're going to be sharing with you the draft this evening and taking your feedback.
Great. Welcome to you both.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland, and thank you, President Schooley. We appreciate the time to share with you what we've put together based on your vision and your direction and your aspirations for our school district. Lisa Rilou and I are going to take you through a series of slides that sort of encompass the work that's been done since your Saturday session, where you began to engage in what does a thriving school look like. So we'll start with our purpose in this process was to update you on what our progress has been thus far, drafting the components, and to get your feedback on, at first look, how does this look to you? How does this resonate? What do you like? What do you not like? What sticks for you? And what questions does it leave you with? So as I stated, in context, you all began the process of envisioning that thriving school in February. And we began to have conversations around what does that look like? What does it live like? What does it breathe like when we envision the schools that we want our students to thrive in? And in doing so, we took your vision and your feedback and lots of pictures of your sticky notes compositions back to the ALT, or the academic leadership team. And that group looked at all of your various themes that you all wrestled with and really looked at how that began to create a vision. From there, ALT engaged in a similar process, looking at what do they envision when they think of a thriving school, and they began to have some of those same themes. From there, that team went out into the teams that they lead, ERD, Student Success, and our Community Superintendent Group, and asked them to engage in the same process. And through all of that, I think we're on iteration 8 or 9 at this point, and it's going to continue to evolve as better and better thinking comes into play. But you can see on the PowerPoint that we've presented here that the intent is to conduct community engagement around thriving schools as a part of a wider process to engage in feedback. We intend to engage with teachers, with principals, with community members, so that we all feel like there's that collective vision for what a thriving school is. So we'll ground ourselves in the 2025, Jeffco Thrives 2025 priorities that Tracy introduced back in, I believe it was November, that our learners are future, our people are strength, our operations are foundation, and our communities are legacy. And that was a really nice skeleton framework for us to begin to envision where we want to go with thriving schools. And our team really has that has taken root with our team to really look through that lens and figure out how do we begin to shape what Jeffco Thrives 2025 could be. And I have to stop and say a huge credit goes to Lisa Rilou. She is really an incredible thinker around how do we begin to frame this and how do we make sure that we honor all of the work that everybody did in language that's really eloquent and specific around what does this need to look like. So thank you, Lisa. So in a thriving school, all Jeffco students experience instructional excellence that results in academic growth. And that was where we began sort of our conversation around our learners, our future. To be fair and forthcoming, I will tell you that even today, we're still wrestling with some of these bullet points that you see up there, adding some language, adding some what does this look like, adding some questions, making sure that the language completely reflects what our culture is here in Jeffco. But as you can see, we began with the what does the school environment look like and what outcomes do we want for kids? And as you see that, it talks about rigorous academic expectations, instruction rooted in quality, current standards, research-based, and culturally relevant curriculum. I don't think I could say that 3 times fast. Support for the whole child, including social emotional well-being and positive discipline practices, and all students graduating with the knowledge and skills for post-secondary life. In the second part of Our Learners, Our Future, our team really tried to look at and hone in on the student experience. And so looking at in a thriving school, all Jeffco students are recognized for their strengths, challenged to do better, and supported to succeed. And in that lens, or in that frame of thinking, we looked at our extraordinary student experiences being defined by a sense of belonging, respect for differences inherent in a positive school culture, access to baseline resources common to every Jeffco school, as per the conversation you all had as well, opportunities that are student-centered and promote inquiry, exploration, critical thinking, and agency, engagement with authentic real-world problems and issues, enrichment programs and wraparound services, and access to innovative career-connected learning. You want me to keep going? Would you like to? From Our Learners, Our Future, we transitioned to Our People, Our Strength. And David Bell has worked considerably on this to really look at what do our people operate like, live like, support, what does support look like for them? And in that, in a thriving school, Jeffco staff experience and contribute to a collaborative, inclusive team culture with high expectations for staff and student performance. And as you can see, we've started to define what a collaborative, value-driven team culture is by looking at a high-quality, effective staff, impactful professional development, collective planning, practice sharing, peer coaching, problem-solving, data-driven, continuous improvement, and cohesiveness and community among our individuals. Then I'll transition to Our Operations, Our Foundation, and that really looks at the physical environments that our students learn in and that our staff works in, looking at contributing to instructional excellence and extraordinary student experiences. And that's defined by learner-centered environments that are safe, positive school climates, clean, warm, well-maintained, welcoming schools, and specialized learning spaces that support differentiated learning styles and development. And then finally, our community is our legacy. And we really specifically looked at Jeffco's partners and embracing a shared community-wide vision on collaborating on investments in learning, looking at partnership with our community as it pertains to authentic and meaningful engagement opportunities for stakeholders, synergy that strengthens schools and our partners, increasing student access to learning outside of the classroom, including relevant global learning experiences and professional pipelines, and then a sharing of assets, looking at our school facilities, increasing our capacity to support students, family, and the community. So that's the work that our teams have done thus far around the 4 major priorities. I would yield the floor back to you.
Great, thank you so much. And it is really nice to see the sticky notes come to life in a PowerPoint. They've transitioned to another format. So board, this is our opportunity to be able to engage in some dialogue around what feels right and resonates, around some suggestions or questions that we have for the folks that are in front of us today. Is there anyone that would like to start? Miss Parker.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And I want to say that based on my visits to schools in the last week or two, there's already buzz around this. When you say the word thriving schools, it's like their eyes light up and they're very excited. And so I know where we started from when we were discussing this. I wanted to know how you envision this concept coming to realization, especially when it gets to the communities and our existing staff and schools.
So this slide deck that you see is really a graphic version of a working document that we've all been working on as a collective team. In fact, that's where many of us have spent our days recently on. And we're really looking at those components becoming, so what does that mean we do? What are our goals? What are our action steps? And in what time frame are we going to do that? And that's where some of the heavy lifting work comes into play, that, folks have begun to shape that time frame on what will we do when. But really, that's when the community gets engaged. That's when our principals get engaged. That's when our staff gets engaged around, if this is what we say we are about, if this is what we say we value, now let's really put pen to paper and say, what does that mean we're going to do? How are we going to measure it? And in what time frames are we going to do that? And together, I think we all agree that that means that that's going to shape where we go as an organization, because that's the vision that Tracy has set, and that's where we go with budgeting, that's where we go with staffing, it's where we go with a lot of our work, and the goal being that everybody owns this in our district, right? It becomes that collective vision that we all have, and we all begin to live it and breathe it.
Thanks. And I'm hoping that when we get to surveying the communities and asking for more input, that we encourage specifics, details, like if someone says, I just want to make sure we have an AMP teacher in every school, I think it's very important. And we did a little bit of that in our work, but then we brought it back up a little bit because we had to start at this level. But anyways, just a comment that it would be good in my mind if we can identify specifics when we get to the next level.
I think it's a great point, Ms. Parker, and I feel like this will be a connector between so many of the things, as you have already mentioned, Kim, around how we think about our budgeting, how we fund our schools, how we are providing, as Ms. Reed said, the sort of Renaissance experience that we have an expectation all of our students will receive to thrive, and how we can support staff. So I agree with you that the devil is in the details in terms of, as we drill down a little bit, what does it look like in practice? How do we actualize some of this to make sure that it's really relevant and that it's a living document, that we're continually assessing our decision making in terms of the language that we've decided to incorporate into this? At least that's my intention, I hope. Other questions, comments? And go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. It's good to really see this. I really agree with the getting really specific. And when I love spreadsheets, so I'm imagining this document you're working with is a spreadsheet. And you probably have this, but I hope there's a column for how we measure this. So like, what is the actual way we operationalize like sense of belonging? I picked a really hard one because I think that we'll all want to know, how do we know if we're getting there? Because I think guiding our decisions is something we're hopeful can happen even really soon. But looking over time to see if we're making a difference here, I think measuring I think we're all on the same page with that. And then they're kind of specific, so I don't know if I should get in the weeds. I just had like 3 different comments on slides. On our learners, our future, there's a bullet that says opportunities that are student-centered. I kind of felt like that kind of went with the whole thing. And it's just called out, it says opportunities that are student-centered and promote inquiry exploration. I just thought maybe those are 2 different bullets, or one encompasses all the rest. I think my point is, just to say student-centered is our focus. And I know it is for all of us, so not to just call it out in one spot. And then on the our people, I really love how we talk about kids as being like having whole person care. And I think about that for our staff as well. We don't really have anything here that kind of supports the like mental health, well-being of our staff. It's a lot about professional development and data to track that, and accountability, I think, and things like that. So I'd love to carry that feeling of how do we think about people and all their needs to our staff as well. And then on the facilities one, which one is that? I love all of those things too. And what I felt was kind of missing was something that talks about us being, back when I was younger, 21st century. I know that's like too, now that doesn't mean what it is. Whatever that term is now that says our schools are, technology focused and equipped, and that our facilities are the kind that are, what we're looking, I don't know the research around like what makes, the best school facility in terms of its ambiance and all of that, but like just that we have that in the way we're thinking about our schools. And finally, my last one is on communities, on the partnerships. I love that. I think partnerships are also an opportunity. I think we talked a little bit about this of being a place to fill gaps. So having diverse partners that maybe bring resources to us that we don't have, it just to call it out in a way, it's a way to, like for example, I think we've talked a lot about how to bring more teachers of color, for example, into our schools. And I think one way to do that is connect with meaningful partnerships with people who are focused on that in particular. So how do we address our needs about diversity and gaps of representation within our district by bringing really diverse partnerships to the table? Just those.
Those are helpful. Thank you for that.
Well, thanks for the slides ahead because it gave me a chance to just think about it. So.
And thanks, Ms. Barta. I think one of the things that you brought up about student-centered, which is really goes back to the mission, vision, values work. One of the values that the board has identified is student-centered or student-centered or student-focused. I can't remember which one, but how all these pieces fit together is really important as well. And so we'll be thinking about that as we plan to roll this out to the community, because ultimately, the student-centered the values cover a big piece that are an expectation throughout the thriving schools as well. It's all kind of woven together. So thank you for bringing that up.
Great. Ms. Reed, did you want to jump in?
I don't have anything substantive. I appreciate the work that you've done. I think it encapsulates well everything that we talked about, and so that's good. I'm just always interested in seeing how things ultimately unfold. Having been in this district long enough to see things come and go and sort of get created and then forgotten, I'm interested to see how we keep it at the forefront, and very interested to see how we use data and how we help our teachers and our employees use data so that they're not swimming in meaningless numbers, but are getting quality data and being told how they can apply it, how it can ultimately actually impact what they're doing.
Great, thank you. So I just have a couple of things. One is Ms. Miller, she's going to be a little bit late today, but submitted some thoughts around this, and it sort of goes into also our review of our ends that's coming up. And it supports a couple of the comments I think that we've heard, which is if we start with this notion of having a world-class district, that then what are the measures that really measure world-class? So that wouldn't be CMAS, that's state. It wouldn't be MAP, that's somebody else, districts. So how are we, if we're making that statement, then how are we actually going to benchmark in that way? And she provided a list of some different, I think, brainstorming around some different opportunities in that space. And I think it gets down to what folks are talking about, the operationalization of all of this, and then how are we setting really clear metrics and who are we benchmarking against, so that we can really make sure that we have a story to tell that is as rich as the Thriving Schools framework that we're creating, and the importance of that. So I'm sure we'll have lots more conversations about all of that stuff as some of this gets fleshed out a little bit. The only kind of smaller thing I wanted to bring up on our learners, our future, when it starts off with the culture of instructional something, because I don't have the slide up, I think I would just like to put in a culture and practice of instructional excellence. So I think you can have the culture, it's the combination of the two that I'm interested in, that there's a culture around, that's what expectations are, and that there is an emphasis around the practice of those things as well, just to, put it in action. Is there anything else, board, that we would like to provide in terms of feedback or dialogue as folks take this and all of the feedback you've gathered and continue to workshop this very important document? No? Okay, wonderful. Anything else you all would like to say?
One thing I'd like to say is a huge thank you to our academic leadership team for starting the process. You all began with that blank slate, and that's not an easy place to begin. You're looking at a blank whiteboard and going, what do we want? And they did the same. And in a pretty short period of time, just really digging in and engaging with folks and getting people's feedback, starting to shape this, folks have done a lot of hard work. So I just want to thank the team for that.
Wonderful. And the board seconds that emotion. Yes. Thank you both. Superintendent Dorland, anything else before we move into our next agenda item?
I do want to ask Lisa if she would maybe just outline some of what you believe our next steps are. And Kim may have some of that information too, but Lisa's project managing this, and I just want to make sure she's leading the project management of this. And so I just want to make sure you all know clearly kind of where we're headed and agree that those are the right next steps.
Yeah, so we are preparing basically for a rollout starting in April to generate feedback. That will include, you guys are right now in the process of identifying dates for town halls. We are also going to have a community process. It's going to be called Jeffco Thrives 2025 Alliance that will meet 4 times between April and May to give feedback. And how we envision this is that the work that the teams are doing now is to refine this, and it really leads into also indicators and some of the initial priorities for next school year. But ultimately, this gets built out into what you guys are talking about, a strategic management plan that has identified action steps, who's responsible for it, what our targets are, that rolls into a dashboard. And so all of that work, we'll start by looking at this at a high level with the community and having them give feedback on your mission, vision, values work, on the work that we've just presented here. And then as we get into May, they'll be looking more at those details of the specifics and giving more feedback on that, with then our goal to meet with the board in a work session on June 8th to start to show you what the feedback is that has been gathered, work on refining the plan with you, and also looking at that dashboard for measurement and how we're going to hold ourselves accountable. So there's a lot of work that's going to be happening, but I will tell you there's so much momentum around this right now, so it's really exciting to see. And I think, Ms. Parker, as you said, when you engage someone and say, let's talk about what a thriving school looks like, it's such a positive frame and place to start. We also know that it's going to be, this is going to be a place from which we also have to make tough decisions, and we have to be able to have a framework for folks to be able to really understand what this means and how we're looking at our schools across the district. So, by next fall, we'll be rolling out a full plan and working on the pieces that Dr. Kim talked about in terms of setting budgets and aligning ourselves really concretely in the next school year. Anything you would add to that?
No, I think you did a great job. Thank you.
Or any questions?
Great. Any last comments, questions before, well, we're not letting you go, but before we move into another area? Okay, I think Dr. Eaton, you're going to be joining us for this next section. So board members, our next task is to review our ends policies in the context of the current draft of vision, mission, and value statements and the discussion we just held on our profile of a thriving school in Jeffco. We have set an hour aside for this conversation. Welcome, Dr. Eaton. Superintendent Dorland, do you have anything you'd like to add before we begin our conversation?
No, I'm good. Welcome to Dr. Eaton.
Yay. Hi. Okay, great. So how are we starting this? I should probably know that.
Yeah, so the the board has ends, and you all have done the mission, vision, and values work. And our hope today was to start to get a sense for if you feel adjustments need to be made to your ends. And President School, you already mentioned that Ms. Miller had some thoughts on measurement pieces, which is why Dr. Eaton is here with us today. She's expert in all things and can help us think through that. So we happy to defer to the board in terms of how you all would like to start this. These are your ends.
Great, and maybe perhaps one of the helpful things in framing here, when you look at our ends on board docs or wherever you get your ends from, all of these things are really tied to that Jeffco 2020 strategic vision and plan, which obviously we are past that and moving on to envisioning the sort of direction in which we're moving. So the goal of this is to create that alignment between our board ends, which are sort of foundational ways in which we operate and our priorities, and make sure that it is in support of the Jeffco Thrives 2025 and the work that we've done around mission, vision, and values. So really it has felt like there was some misalignment between those things, which then creates a lack of clarity for our organization and for our staff and for us as board members around how we make decisions based on what and with what in mind. So that's really the intention of going through the ends, is to look for those pieces that feel like they're going to still fit and be right for us moving forward. And then make suggestions moving forward around what could this look like to make it feel more connected. So is there anyone who would like to begin the conversation? Or do you want me? Excuse me? Yes. Oh, okay, great. Dr. Barta.
Way to do this. I'm used to a presentation first. So the presentation that we just saw called them components, but this feels, and then when we look at the ends, it just feels completely redundant, but in different words. And I wondered, can the components just be the ends? Like, why are I'm not confused, but I am uncertain that mapping what we just saw onto this makes sense, or are we just revising the ends? Like, are we trying to engage in an exercise to map these on, or can we say those are our ends?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the boss of anyone else, but I think we can do whatever we want. I mean, I feel like this is our process to be able to create ends, and I'm looking over at Kristen Ecker, to create ends that fit. And I have as one of my notes here that, starting from what is already on here, maybe in buckets would be fine, but that rewriting these to map the language on may actually be harder. Right, yeah. So that is an option that we can put on the table and have a conversation about. Is that the direction that would be best to go in terms of our ends? What are board members' thoughts around that?
I think that makes perfect sense. This is kind of a little, before we dive into that, I mentioned this when I emailed back like some feedback and some tweaking, and there are things that I can live with. It makes me crazy that one of our values is an adjective. It makes me nuts. I really need that to be a noun. So if we can say student focus or focusing on students as a gerund, I can live with either of those, but I can't handle an adjective there. And then otherwise, now I'm ready to dive into the other.
I just learned what a gerund was. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Parker. Okay, great. Ms. Parker, thoughts?
Well, my initial thought was that the ends are kind of governing documents that stick around a long time, and you can even see it takes a while between times that we revise them. And what we're doing with the Thriving Schools now is new and a new project and a new whatever. And I think it's really important that they are consistent with each other. But as far as the concept of matching, I'm still to be determined. I don't have a feeling about that.
So I'm wondering if you all have suggestions based on what the board has been saying, which is that it feels redundant to have the four, I can't remember, what did you call them? Not priorities, components, and the language that's within our ends, which I will say at the end of a lot of with the expectation that, because I do like the way it is laid out with some sort of clarity around this is where we want, this should be the outcome of what this work brings us. And at the end of those, as they're currently written, are, I'm not sure if they're I guess they're values, competencies, right, that were pulled from the 2020 plan. My interest would be in aligning those with our values at the end of those statements. And I do think it's important to keep the expectation statements that match whatever we're front loading those with, so that there is some sort of accountability, even if it's in very broad terms, that we can pull from or into the working dashboard or whatever it is. So I don't know what the suggestion would be in terms of being able to begin that work, but that would be what I would like to see.
I can jump in real quick, and then we'll hand it over to you guys to add. What I hear you all saying as a takeaway is that alignment is important to you. And so if that's the case, we could have our team take a look at this and the Thriving School components that you just reviewed, maybe even put them in the same format, because it might be easier to kind of cross-reference if we have them in the same format. That might be work we're just doing and then bringing back to you some ideas. When I read your ends, I don't think it's the wrong stuff. And I think it is very similar to what you have outlined in the Thriving Schools components. I think there are maybe some more values laden in the Thriving Schools work based on the fact that you're also doing your values at the same time, I think. And so what we could do for you is take your ends, maybe revise them based on the interest of alignment to the components. Through that process, we can also see if there are some things in your ends or some components or whatever in your ends that we might be missing from the new Thriving Schools definition and profile, and bring that information back to you as well, because there may be some things here that could inform the work that we do moving forward. And if that's the case, then I think that's work we would do and maybe bring back to you in April. And I don't know if you guys want to add to that or have different ideas.
Director Schooley, if I can jump in really quickly, because I think it may help for this conversation because there have been questions about what the ends are, and the board does have a lot of flexibility to do what it would like. I think it's helpful to bring it back to the authors of policy governance and the creators to hear from them what the ends are, and that may help drive the conversation. The ends are a very specific type of goal. It's one that designates the results for which the organization exists, the recipients or beneficiaries of those results, and the worth of the results or the results for certain recipient groups. So the mission, the value, the vision are statements, and a lot of times they're more aspirational, whereas the ends are very specific on goal and beneficiary that the organization needs to achieve. And again, you can have flexibility, but if that helps you think about it, since you are a policy governance board, those are the purpose of the ends.
Senator, can you say it one more time? So designates the results of an organization and the goals, the beneficiaries of that work, and the third one?
And the worth of the results, the results for certain recipient groups.
W-O-R-T-H.
Worth. W-O-R-T-H.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I should enunciate better.
No, that's okay. That's helpful. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, Ms. Reed, sorry.
So when I look at what we already have, they don't look really all that much more specific than what we already have, with the exception of some of the the expectation things are a little more clear. But overall, provide effective teaching and measurement of rigorous student learning experiences is not substantially different. So it seems to me that we can align the language and still keep the basic idea of policy governance ends. I would like to see, though, with it, the expectation that become that piece that we talked about where, it's the real nuts and bolts, how we measure these things and what we expect to get from those measurements. The only thing that I see that is specific to what we had before was that they would demonstrate a year or more of growth. So, and which I love. So let's keep that there. But things like, we have every student will be able to apply and transfer learning across disciplines in real world contexts. And there's nothing to measure that. That's not a specific thing. I do think that we can build into our expectations things like how our students will ultimately perform on those competency assessments that we talked about at our last meeting with ASVAB as well as SAT and all of that. So that is the piece that I think actually could use the most work, is that expectation piece, so that we have those means of measurement and what it is that we expect from those.
So what I'm hearing then is that if we ask the staff to do a little bit of overlapping, kind of mapping because I agree with you. I think that there's a lot that it probably is a language tweak, but in its intention is probably pretty close. And then with the expectation, that would be the piece I think we would need to have a little bit more dialogue about, to figure out what are the appropriate ways in which we can, it's like walking a tightrope, be directive enough about expectations and not hem people into the district into one specific form of measurement when something else may come up, so that it's not too specific to not be useful as a living document, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Does that seem like A, what you all are saying, and then B, work that could be done, and then we can reevaluate and reflect on this at our April meeting as a draft?
So I would just like to suggest, I think there could be two phases of this. One is to start to get to an example of the type of end you want to have, like that would feel right to you. We can do that. I also want to be cognizant that we're going out to the community to get feedback, and some of the components may change, and that we will be looking more clearly at the measurements overall of this plan with you in early June. And so that might be the right time to dig into all the ends. However, that doesn't mean, I think there's an opportunity here to norm with the board and get clear on the type of end that you're looking for. So we could come up with some examples that are currently aligned, and then maybe push forward with all of them once the plan is more complete, if that feels right.
Yeah, no, that makes, I didn't think about that. It would be redundant work potentially if we did it for April. Is there a strong desire or want from the board to have the ends work done prior to June? As part of the broader process of strategic planning and building this out, is there a need to have that done prior? Yeah.
I mean, in a draft form, it would be nice. I don't think we need to have it finalized, but if we had a draft form we could work from.
Yeah, Dr. Varda.
I really like the idea of either drafting it or not finalizing it until we get community feedback. I think the thing that I'm trying to sort out, I think having these components is a new piece of the stuff, so I'm trying to figure out where the components fit in regards to the ends. And I think from the definition and what we're saying, the ends are more operationalized. They are more, is this correct? They're like more measurable. It sounds like we know what the expectation is, but these components are a little bit more value-driven goals. I'm wondering, what are we doing with both of them, and are we just creating another layer of things in the process?
So I might suggest, as I look at the wording in this, when it talks about every school in the district will have a climate and culture that, and it starts to define it, and then from there with the expectation that, and I always look at it, at least from some of my experience with policy governance, is when we get to with the expectation that, I start looking through my Dr. Eaton lens and start saying, how do I measure that? What data do we have? What systems do we have that we can look at to say with confidence, we know this is happening because this data lines to that. So if we're going to go there with our Thriving Schools piece, we're going to have to take our learners, our future, and ask ourselves the question, a thriving school in Jeffco will operate with, and some wording around what the student experience is with those descriptors probably aligned to some of those bullets. But I agree completely with Lisa in that, and with President Schooley, that we want to be really thoughtful about taking that authentic feedback in from community and teachers and principals to shape that, rather than put that together and then say, what do you think, with it already kind of being in form, it already being in a formation. Instead, keeping it somewhat open to get people's feedback on it and then shaping them, may be a way that you don't have to do it twice, but you're really smart in terms of that mindfulness of timing. Absolutely.
So I think what I'm asking is, when we're done with this, are we going to have the components and we're going to have a set of ends? Okay. And before, we've not had components in Jeffco.
Well, they were called tactics. I mean, I feel like
But I'm trying
that's
to figure out, where do these fit?
probably somebody, I'm like looking around for somebody that was part of that work. But so before, as part of the strategic plan, the components prior to this for Jeffco Generations were tactics. And then there was the readiness to learn, or prepared to learn. There's like three, I call them buckets. That's all I can think of. And then underneath that was all of these tactics. There were like 26 of them that were the priorities for the strategic plan. So, and then we have the ends that supported that strategic plan, and those, readiness to learn. I can't remember the other two. That's the only one I can remember.
Conditions
for learning.
Yeah, conditions for learning, readiness for learning, and then
the actual learning. Right. That's an important
yeah, and
one.
I do think we're trying. I
don't know if that helps. Then yeah. Sorry.
Good. Yeah. I do think we're trying to reframe some structure in the strategic plan, and that's probably what we're struggling with right now. And I think it's productive struggle, honestly. And so, to Lisa's point, I think if we could get an end statement drafted for you that lines up with your definition of a thriving school and isn't a complete change from your current ends, but actually just more is an alignment, it might be a really productive exercise. Once we get into what we keep calling it the instructional management plan, I think you're going to see a difference between the tactics in Jeffco Generations and sort of the more, what I would say, concrete action steps that we want to hold ourselves accountable to. And so I think there'll be two forms of accountability that we can report to you and our community on. One is, are we getting this stuff done? Are the action steps actually taking place in our schools, in our district? Are we doing the work we said we were going to do to support our schools, to support a thriving school in every building? And the second piece will be, how are we measuring the effectiveness of those action steps in real ways with student achievement measures? And that, I think, will all be captured in the instructional management plan, and hopefully also aligned all the way up through your ends and the mission and vision. Are we meeting that vision? I just think we're a little early in the process. And what I might propose is that we go ahead and try to draft something using the current, revise something maybe is the right word, using the current ends policies and your vision of a thriving school, and just see if we can get the ends policies a little bit more aligned, and then bring that back to you in April and see how that feels. Try it on for size, so to speak.
Thoughts from board members around that as a suggestion, or other suggestions that you'd like to bring forward? I mean, really, this is our work to do as a board, to be able to create this the sort of infrastructure that will outlast us, hopefully, and be able to provide this guidance moving forward. So I want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that feels right and also isn't unnecessarily rushed in terms of wanting to get it back if the process is needing something else to happen. Okay. Yeah, go for it.
I just had a question for Dr. Eaton, and I don't know if you've already thought of this, but like, what's the process that you will go through to think about measures and how we measure these types of things?
So we start with what we want to know, right? So we're going to start with what are we trying to accomplish in our ends or in our strategic plan, and then talk about what that looks like. And there are process measures and there's outcome measures, right? So we could look at implementation benchmarks that just show sort of we're doing the actions we said we would do in the plan. So that's part of what we would look at. And then we would look at outcomes. So some of it we would look at measures we already have, and someone would say we might identify areas that we may not have good measures for. And if they're valuable to us, we'd say we need to understand how to capture those measures and report on those measures. So in this new plan, I think there are places that we have not as strong data to measure that sort of those other areas outside of some of the common measures that we typically have. So we'd have to really look at how do we design those measures and how can we report on those measures. And the other piece I would say as we get into very strategic work in our management plan, how are we progress monitoring? So these are high-level outcome measures you'll probably see annually or maybe some progress monitoring quarterly. But how do we know, at a school level and a classroom level that we're seeing that progress in a real time so we can adjust, so that we can see what's working, so we can share what's working, those kinds of pieces. So there's a lot of layers to that, and it's really fun. I mean, that's what my team loves to do, so we're really excited about it.
Okay, so So it sounds like then, if it works for folks, then we can do just a slight, like a revision to create a little bit of alignment in terms of the work that's being done. And then my suggestion is that then we wait for the ends to be rolled into the process that's moving forward after we've had some engagement from all of these stakeholder groups, so that if anything is fundamentally different or big changes need to happen, we're not recreating these things over and over again. Is that comfortable for everyone as we move forward? Okay, great. Then that's what we're doing. All right. Thanks. And I'm so glad we're getting to give you and your team so many fun things to work on. It's awesome. You are welcome. Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Eaton. Thank you both. Appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, you guys never leave. You're going to be here all day. So, board members, our next task is not what I'm going to read. So, I'm going to flip the page. Yep. As we move forward, we're going to continue with the report prepared at our request for a comprehensive plan for consolidation through review and discussion of a district-wide process for regional opportunities for thriving schools. For our audience, you may remember that on February 9th, the board received information on enrollment trends and school membership, leading to implications for future needs and opportunities to address student needs. Jeffco Public Schools is operating within the context of declining enrollment. We have space for 96,000 students in traditional schools, and our enrollment is currently at 69,000 students enrolled in traditional schools. Significantly under-enrolled schools risk compromising the educational experience and board ends related to every student receiving the skills, support, and educational opportunities needed to achieve his or her full potential. Board members, we have 30 minutes for this topic. Superintendent Dorland, anything to add?
Yes. We have been having a conversation with the Fitzmaurice community since early January. And it's been a very challenging conversation as a single individual school site. The board throughout that conversation has requested, both collectively, I believe, as well as individually in conversations with me, a more comprehensive look and approach to hosting these conversations and managing what really is a declining enrollment in our county for our preschool through 12th grade students. I will express that I believe what you're about to talk through tonight is our best effort to be responsive to your request and at the same time honor what you have also said to me, which is a strong interest of the board at doing this kind of work with our community and not to our community. And so we have been giving that a lot of thought. As you know, I have a strong interest in community engagement. We are hiring a new chief of family partnership and community engagement so that there is the voice of community partnership and family at the cabinet table. It's a strong value of mine as a leader. And I do think our community needs to understand the comments that you made, President Schooley, in opening this up, which is we have room for about 96,000 students, and we are currently serving 69,000. And it is not because, I think based on your information that you studied last month with enrollment, it is not because we're not doing a good job and providing a quality experience for families. It's because we have fewer students in our boundary. And so I do think we need to begin talking not so much about declining enrollment, which I think in and of itself connotates some negativity the minute you say the word declining, right? And instead, I think we need to be talking about having thriving schools that actually help us capture as many students as we possibly can in Jeffco schools that do live within our boundary, and possibly help us capture students from just over our boundary in other neighboring districts who might want the opportunity to attend a thriving Jeffco school. And so I do think there's an opportunity for us to lean into this conversation, which in any school district anywhere is difficult. And there are many Front Range districts that are having this conversation right now because we are having a declining enrollment experience. Some of that, I believe, might be related to the pandemic, but some of it is just related to birth rates, as we heard from Mr. Huxley when he came and talked to you about our enrollment trends. And so we really feel accountable to making sure we provided you, as we're continuing to discuss the challenges that Fitzmaurice as an individual school is having. We felt accountability to make sure we met your request for a more comprehensive process that is in partnership with our communities around this challenging issue that we're going to have to face. And so with that, I'm proud of the timeline that's been put together. We're anxious again to get your feedback on this to see if it meets your expectations and or if you have additional ideas for us to add to it. And this is just a start. It's just a start and an opportunity for you to study some of our original ideas based on your request. So with that, thank you to Ms. Rouleau and Dr. Kim, and we'll let you take it from here.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, President Schooley. We'll start with where I believe President Schooley began framing this agenda item, which is, our desire was to meet your request for a comprehensive plan, really looking at what do we need to do around consolidation and around ensuring Jeffco schools thrive. We're looking at the development of a district-wide process and specifically reviewing board policy FCBR around closing schools. My part of this, I will frame some data around our district and really hopefully kind of create an image for the current state of what our data is telling us. And then Lisa will take us through some proposals around timeline and parts of the process. As Superintendent Dorland just pointed out, we have the capacity in all of our schools to serve 96,000 students. But if you extrapolate out our charter student enrollment, we're currently serving roughly 69,000 students. I think it was 69,500 if I looked at it just earlier this morning in our traditional schools. And as we go in and we look and review our 2-year membership study summary, especially through the eyes of the pandemic, you can definitely see district-wide, we saw a decrease of about 5,500 students, which is about 6.5% of our overall enrollment. When we look at district managed or our schools that do not include our charters, the drop is 7.1%. So we went from 74,874 students to 70,996 students in 2021. And in 21-22, from 70,996 to that 69,526. And our charter enrollment saw a decrease of 2.5%, or roughly 228 students over that same 2 school year period of time that was impacted by the pandemic as well. As we look at it through a 5-year member summary and summary lens, you can see the district-wide enrollment, and you can definitely see the decline. And then our district managed enrollment, and it reflects a very similar slope. Sorry, math teacher, from that. So,
Dr. Kim, can I
yes,
jump in on
ma'am,
that?
please.
I just want to emphasize that this really has been a district issue since 2017. And if you look past 2017 to 2016-17, you'll likely see a decline there too. And so I just want to emphasize that this is not a new issue in Jeffco. It is an issue that the district was discussing in 2017 and has been discussing ever since. And there has not been a comprehensive plan, to your request, to address this challenge in Jeffco. And so I am, not thrilled that this is an issue we are facing, but I am proud of this board and I'm proud of our team for being willing and able to put together a more comprehensive plan to address this issue. We know, based on conversations with Fitzmaurice, some of the challenges that our very small school over there is facing around teachers telling us that they do not have a colleague to collaborate with, to learn more about the craft of teaching with. We know that students are struggling with diverse peer groups. We know that teachers who are applying elsewhere outside of the Fitzmaurice community are coming back and saying, oh my gosh, the energy in this building I just interviewed in and the colleagues I would have to collaborate with is incredible. We know there are challenges when we have to share AMP teachers, especially with our start time issues. And so it's just important now at this time that we don't ignore the issue in front of us and that we take it on. But I want to emphasize on this slide in particular that this is not new. And this is not about something that we aren't providing for families as a system. It's just the fact that we have fewer kids in our boundary. And we have a responsibility to do something about that. And so I'm pleased that the board has asked for us to put this together. And I want to emphasize it's not a new issue.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorlin.
And I'm sorry, and just for our viewing audience, can you just explain one more time just the difference between membership and enrollment in case anyone is confused about the terminology, because sometimes it gets conflated as if they're the same and sometimes very one is specifically used. So I just want to make sure that that's clear for everyone.
Absolutely. So as you see in the graph that we have up there, the 5-year trend, the blue bars really represent overall district-wide membership. That is students that are enrolled in a school within our county, K-12. That's charter as well as our neighborhood public schools. So it's a combination of all of the above. Whereas the orange bars that you see are what we call district managed schools, which are our neighborhood schools extrapolating out our charter school enrollment. Is that helpful?
Yeah, I was actually thinking of it more in terms of like the word membership versus enrollment. I know we've had some, no? Oh, I'm like, okay. I just want to make sure it's clear which one is which, because sometimes they're not the same thing. And I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing.
Right.
I think
That's
this
okay.
is in reference to some of what drives budget versus the.
But I want to make sure how we're
that
using this
serving.
term.
So Brenna, can you jump in and just reframe? She's so happy that you're asking this
I
question.
thought you were doing the like scared, please stop talking face. You're like,
no,
oh no.
I'm just thrilled. This is a membership number, and so it does not reflect those October count adjustments that adjusts for the amount of time a student is in school. It also includes some of our tuition paying pre-K kiddos that, of course, we wouldn't be funded for. So yeah, this is more of a membership number, which is always going to be bigger than our October count or funded number, except for the funding on averages. But
Thanks, I appreciate it. I think it's helpful to know this is the big one.
Thank you. I apologize for not understanding your question.
Oh, no worries. Did you have a question, Ms. Parker, before we move on?
Thanks. I just want to point out on this slide that if I don't have my glasses on and I don't see the access numbers, it it looks as if, whoa, we've got a lot of charter members, compared to the district-wide managed, but it doesn't start at 0. So the relative size of the bars is not to be confused.
No worries. So moving from that 5-year membership summary trend, the same information now imposed upon a map of our community and of our district, of our county, really gives you even greater sort of detailed information around, so where did we lose? Where did membership change? Where are the deltas? Where did we see a larger decline in enrollment than other locations within our county? And as you look up there, you can see the various color coding. We see everything from, that 11. You've got a change of 18 to 11%. There were 10 schools that saw that level of change. 11.5 to 4.91% change. There were 37 schools. There were 45 schools that saw 0 to 4.9% decrease. There were 23 schools that you can see 0.01 to 8% increase. You had 6 schools that saw an 8% to 14.73% increase. And you had 4 schools that saw almost 15% to 21.28% increase. So as you can see the color coding up there, you can definitely see there are regions within our county where we saw much larger decreases in student enrollment and areas where we actually had some increases.
Any questions about that before we move on?
On that slide, are there any red dots? Oh, I see them now. They're in the red background. Okay. I see it now.
Okay, so we are now getting to our proposal for this larger consolidation plan as we look at the district. What we are proposing, we have a large, geographically diverse district, very large, and we need to take a close look at this. As Ms. Dorland, or Superintendent Dorland mentioned at the beginning, this is a district-wide issue, and we need to really look at it from a district-wide perspective. But we believe that we will be most successful by doing this in a 2-phased approach over about 18 months. So the first phase would be one region between June and November of this year for consolidations potentially at the end of the 22-23 school year. And the second phase would be a look at other regions and because we'd be broadening so much, we need a little bit of extra time. That work would begin in January of 2023 and go through November, with consolidations potentially at the end of the 23-24 school year. So how this looks, and this is a framework we wanted to provide to allow you all to give us some feedback. And will be something, this is very high level. And so as we come back to you on this topic again, we expect to be able to dig into more details about what this is actually going to look like. But what it looks like right now for phase 1 is that in this month and next, we will be outlining a timeline, which we're giving to you today. We're also gaining some consulting support for potential consolidation process. And we're having you all do a review of your policy related to consolidations and closures as an important component of this work. Then as we go into May, June, and July, We may solicit some advisory services for this work. We're understanding what our gaps are as a district and how we can do this work well, what we're able to do internally and what we might need some support doing. We're going to define and communicate an authentic community engagement process that includes families, students, and elected officials and other community members. I mean, really, our schools and our community assets. The future of education in our communities is a community discussion. We also want to honor what the board has said and what we truly believe, which is this should be work done with the community. So we will also be entering the discovery and planning for phase 1, and basically that is really like digging into the information and data we have, really understanding what is happening so that we can identify a potential region for this phase 1 work. And we also need to be able to articulate this in a way that the community can engage with it. And so we'll be looking at putting that together in May, June, and July. Pause. Okay, I'll keep going.
So I might just jump in
Please.
Here for a second. One of the things for the board to know is that I have had the opportunity to visit with principals who have shared with me some of the struggles, as I was telling some stories earlier, that they've had, and was at Fitzmaurice recently. And I will say that many people have cited for me past experiences with this type of process in Jeffco prior to my time, prior to all of your time. And there is an encouragement for us to take some lessons learned from what has not worked in the past. So some of what you're seeing here is informed by what has been shared with us so far about some pain points. There will always be pain points in this work, but I do think there are opportunities for us to improve upon how it's gone down in the past. And some of what you're seeing here is informed by those conversations that have already taken place. And I think we have the opportunity to continue to talk with individuals in our communities and in our schools who have experienced this work prior in Jeffco and can advise us on maybe what not to do in addition to what would have been better, so that we can build those kinds of best practices into our process.
And I just to sort of as a broad statement to recognize the fact that this work is disproportionate in certain communities in our district, and that is the fact of where the population trends are going and how things have been moving forward, and that the intention here is not to call out any one of those, but to really be collaborative and try to work with communities to create something that I know Dr. Vardas talked about before, that is better, that can afford the opportunities for all of our kids that we really want to see. But I just want to name it that there is a disproportional impact, and some communities currently feel it, and hopefully will benefit ultimately through some of these pain points down the road. Ms. Reed.
So I was going to wait until the end to say this, but as we keep talking about it, and Dr. Varda has said this, and I really want to lift it up, that part of this is how we frame it, right? We can frame it as a challenge. We can frame it as painful. And, and those things are true. And I'm not suggesting that we do the whole toxic positivity and let's pretend that that's not hard. But it's also an incredible opportunity. It's an opportunity to rebuild some of these communities. And, just as we have seen with the business world right now, with the Great Resignation and all of that stuff, that businesses are taking this opportunity to rethink how they do business. And this is our opportunity to rethink how we do school, to rethink how we're building some of these communities. If we can say to schools, we think that there are these fabulous elements of this school and amazing elements of that school, and this is our opportunity to bring them together so that all students can benefit that. And I am totally stealing this from Dr. Varda. I just think that you should know that, but I really think that it's true. And I think the sooner we start framing it as an opportunity and say we're going to acknowledge the challenge, but we're going to frame it as an opportunity, because that's what it really is. This is, we're going to make these schools more vibrant and re-energized. And I think that there's some fabulous positive potential here that we need to harness.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Go on. When you talk about having one region be phase 1 and then the other regions will come in phase 2, what do you think of when you say the word region?
I think we think a little bit of an articulation area, but knowing that with our boundaries, the articulation areas aren't always a straight path. So I just give that caveat. All right. So then August, September, October is when the community engagement process would happen, the regional opportunities for thriving schools. And that's really talking to what Ms. Reed just spoke about in terms of the opportunity for community and education in that community. And we also anticipate that we will be bringing, by the end of October, a recommendation from the district to the board for consideration in November. The November timeline is really important because we want to be prepared for Enroll Jeffco at the which begins in December. So decision making by the board would need to happen in November. And we'd need to be communicating those decisions so people can make their enrollment choices for the following year. And then as we look to the rest of the year, we would be doing some intentional planning for thriving schools opening in the fall of 23 and helping people make really positive and transitions that are laden with opportunity. That's phase 1. Okay, so phase 2 is very similar. We just start with the January timeline here, and we're going to be, entering the discovery phase for this work, preparing information for community review. We anticipate starting the community engagement a bit earlier in the second year, just given that there may be a number of communities impacted as opposed to in phase 1 when it may be fewer. And then we again would have recommendations brought to the board in October, and for the same decision-making timeline and the same look at planning for thriving schools opening in fall of 2024. So that's where we're with the phases, and the next thing on our agenda is to talk about the policy, but I'm happy to take any questions or thoughts from you all on the phases.
I'm really grateful that you so quickly put together a timeline and a plan. I think as we've been hearing from Fitzmaurice, and no one will be surprised by this, I've been pushing back a little on like how are we just talking about this one school, knowing that it's pretty urgent. Their situation is pretty urgent, so we're going to have to address it really right away. But I'm really happy just that we're addressing this. I think what Ms. Reed was saying is just really important, that like this getting collaborative resources under one roof provides for students such a different experience than this kind of scarcity of resources that we have right now. And I had a parent say that she moved her kids from a smaller school into a bigger school, and she just had no idea that they had all these resources there that she wasn't experiencing. And I do think that we can help our families understand that opportunity that a larger school with bigger resources will bring, and that they'll want that. I'm hopeful. So I wanted to kind of advocate for the regions in red to be some of the first ones, just in my school visits, especially this last week in the Arvada schools. There's just some real need there that's really immediate. I'm just letting it be known. I'm going to advocate that that be a region that we attend to first. And I wrote here regions, yes. I'm very excited that we're doing that, but I think the two-phased approach is really important so that we can move faster on one set. I don't know that articulation area really works if I just think of even that area, how they kind of feed into two different ones. I had a question. You have that in the plan, there's a consultant to work with and then an advisor. Sorry, I don't have the correct words. I'm wondering, they seem like the same thing to me. Is one a facilitator, and then one an advisor? I don't know how those two are different.
Yeah, and we'll come back to you guys with more information. Right now, we're trying to assess what it is that we need. What we mean by advisory is that there are companies or there are vendors out there that have supported other districts in this type of work. That are able to provide some expertise. And so as we look at, some districts completely outsource the work. We don't think that is necessarily a way we need to go, but there could be some expertise that could support us in looking at what has been successful. As Superintendent Dorland said, we have a lot of lessons learned here. There may be lessons that we can learn from other districts across the country. Birth rates are falling everywhere, so this isn't an issue that is that is ours alone. And so we may be able to lean on some expertise. I think through this initial discovery phase, we hope to sort of learn what kind of expertise is out there that might support us and what we might need. So we know that we're going to need. We can bring in some consultants to help us look at certain small things, but if we may need an advisor, we could look at that too. That's all, Dr. Brada. Thank you.
And just just a few things. One, I think that we have to consider that we haven't talked a lot about is also redistricting. I don't know if that's the right term for
do you mean boundaries?
Boundaries. Yeah, I think so. I think that's just kind of calling that out, that I also hear from schools that that's becoming, and as the neighborhoods are moving and shifting, and our principals know their neighborhoods so well that they talk about this really eloquently and how it impacts their school and their enrollment and then the makeup of their schools too. And second thing, I think we as a board are really trying to also think about our workforce and the teachers and staff. And I think it's on all of our minds that we want to make sure that they know we're taking that into consideration and caring for them. And we're not just talking about closing schools, and we're really talking about building a stronger community that everyone's supported, including our teachers and staff. And finally, I want to be really careful. I've learned a little bit more about this when we do think about our schools and our centers. I think in a lot of these schools that might be struggling a little bit more, a lot of them tend to have center programs in them. And it seems like we tend to trend towards putting our centers into our Title I schools. And I think that's something to consider thinking about. It seems to be a reason why a lot of people choose schools or not based on characteristics like that. So I think this will be a great exercise for our Thriving Schools criteria to go through and really consider a lot of the different factors that make folks want to be in a school, and how we support our centers throughout that movement, I think is going to be really crucial.
Other board members, I would just say I would suggest my suggestion would be to start with articulation areas, because that's the pathway that we've identified for our families, not all of them clearly, and then have conversations with those principals around who would you want to be at a table with, who do you need to be at a table with to have a conversation where the ecosystem may look different than the articulation area. But that's the sort of unit that we have used, and that I think the parents think about in terms of like what the trajectory is, and they have those existing relationships, and then they can, I think, help to guide and inform. Okay, it needs to actually include, these schools outside of that because of the proximity or because of the number of kids that choice in or out, whatever that is. And I think there are experts in that space. Ms. Parker.
Thank you. I'd like to reiterate what Dr. Varda just said about boundaries. I just went to a couple of school visits and middle schools, 2 different middle schools in my district down south. One of them has 5 feeder elementary schools to it. And that school, the middle school now, is over enrolled. In fact, they are cutting back on their enrollment based on the equity factor and SBB and so forth. So down south, you did notice that we were in a different shape than up north. There's another middle school that has 1 elementary school that funnels through. So they really are starting at different points. Second point, we are scheduling April town halls for the board members. And yet I saw in your flow chart there, community feedback and involvement is beyond the April time frame. So what do you anticipate, or what are you suggesting, advising we should mention in April?
So this work, and I'll let Superintendent Dorland speak to this, but this work is very tied into the strategic plan. And so I think there is an opportunity through that, but I'll let Dr. Dorland speak to that.
Yeah, I would just say that the town halls in April really are an opportunity for you all to get feedback from communities around the vision, mission, and values work that you've done, possibly the Thriving Schools. We will be doing some work to make sure that that is a planned session for you. We'll figure out some facilitation to support you in whatever way makes sense. And we'll have some clear outcomes that are communicated about those sessions. And those really are related to the strategic planning work, so that we can make sure and keep moving forward with community input prior to it being finalized later this summer.
And I do want to say, I know that Helen, Ms. Neal is working with you all on those, because we also want to give you some flexibility to make those what you'd like them to be. And we know that you want to have conversations with your community as well. So we're hopeful that there can be some parts of it that are strategic plan related, and then there are other topics you want to address as well.
Thanks. And I have one other thing that has to do with the getting consulting support. There was a consulting report from MGT done called Review of School Closure Policies and Regulations. So this draft report was from January 11th, 2019. I was just wondering how much benefit can we get from this report that was done before? Because if we've got a lot of information now, I don't want to go pay for somebody else to recreate something we have.
I can jump in just a minute. I've read the report thoroughly, and I believe Ms. Edgar is familiar with the report, and we've already started conversations with Kaplan and Ernest about policy revisions based on what's in the report. And so it is informing our work. I think it also shares some different perspective about how to go about this work than what I would propose.
And Ms. Parker, we'll be looking actually for other informative things that have previously been done, to make sure that we're using everything that or other things that have been produced that could support us in this work, that we don't need to. There would be redundancy in doing again.
That there would be or wouldn't?
So meaning, like, if we did it again, there would be redundancy. So we wouldn't want to. But in our discovery phase, we'll be looking at all the things that have already been done that we wouldn't need to do again.
Okay, thanks. And just piggybacking on this, I did have an opportunity to ask the building construction facilities people how to describe it, about the use of our bond money in schools where we do have concerns. And I was told at the time that when a school is identified as possibly in need of evaluation, that those projects were put at the back. Is that something that you're thinking of as well when you start to look at the situation?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about this. We have done an analysis recently around where have the bond dollars been invested, and sort of what is the capacity usage percentage-wise of the buildings where we have made investments. So we're as part of our discovery phase, we're looking into that. I know Steve, Mr. Bell's team is doing that work, and taking a look and analyzing that. That being said, I would also just encourage us and make sure everybody understands that in addition to running schools, which is our primary job and role, the district is a large real estate owner. And we have a responsibility to maintain our buildings and our sites so that long-term, our facilities are productive spaces for staff, community, and students. Just because a school might be consolidated or might join with another community, bringing the best parts of both, to Ms. Reed's point about opportunity, doesn't mean that we don't still own one of those buildings. And it doesn't mean that we won't end up needing to have conversation around what is the best use of that facility in the interest of the neighborhood, the community, our families, our students. And so regardless of what happens with our schools, we do want them to be warm, safe, dry, and productive spaces for whatever might happen in those buildings. And with that being said, I also know it's very challenging to think about investing bond dollars in schools that may not have a long trajectory of serving students at this time in history. But we don't know exactly what 10 years from now might look like in terms of enrollment. And so, investing in our facilities, I think, is actually being productive stewards of our real estate. And I also acknowledge the challenge that closing schools that we maybe have just invested bond dollars in brings with it. And I think it's something we should openly and publicly talk about as we do this work moving forward.
All right. What's next? Policy.
And I don't know if Ms. Edgar wants to come sit with us, or if you guys have questions for her on the policy, or she can stay there. But I think what you hopefully got a copy of the policy, and I think we don't need to talk about policy changes today. Although if you all have questions, Ms. Edgar can answer them. But I think the idea is to potentially in a future meeting look at revising the policy, if I'm saying that correctly.
So board members, we all have hard copies of FCB and FCBR, which are the two primary policies that address closing schools. And broadly speaking, FCB really is focused around enrollment and funding as one of the, I'm not trying to use violent language, not triggers, things that would maybe push for a conversation around consolidation or closure. And then FCBR is really related to facilities. It's a sort of facilities-based lens. And those are really the two lenses that we have as a board in order to be able to evaluate and make decisions around school closures. So part of the intention around the policy review, one, is to see what we need to be doing to be in compliance with our own policies, and then also make sure that our policies reflect the Thriving Schools criteria and the rationale that we would have in order to be able to have some of these conversations moving forward. So I'll open it up for a conversation or questions for anyone that's here around how that process could work moving forward and the timing for it, which are my two sort of areas of interest. Not to do that review fully today, but to think about how that could fit in with this other timeline that we're working with. I'll turn it over to you guys.
So I had a chance also to look at the MGT report, and it seems like one of the things that they talked about as best practices was having, they use the word triggers, which I'm not fond of. So I'm going to go with like bright lines or metrics that are clear so that actually a school can sort of see it coming and either take steps to try to mitigate that or to say, the handwriting might be on the wall here and we might want to start being proactive about where that goes. And I know that a lot of that has to do right now. Well, we don't have any, as far as I can tell. I don't see metrics. Like when a school reaches this point, we take it under consideration for possible consolidation. So I'm sort of wondering how we do that. And can we include in that some of those elements of what we talk about when we talk about thriving schools? So my last school visit, I was talking to a school with a center, and the fact that they're really struggling because they have so many special ed kids, but they're twice exceptional. So some of them don't get counted as special ed, they get counted as GT. And so they're not getting the special ed funds that they need. So they're not getting the mental health supports that they need. And she doesn't have the FTEs for it with the funding that she gets with SBB. So, is there a way that we can build into that metric that that the school has to be able to sustain the programs like full-time AMP and has to be able to sustain the staff that it needs? That there comes a point where if staffing becomes an issue, that's one of those things that becomes part of the metric. So I'm just curious how we come up with a more clear metric in general.
Where I would point our discussion or our reflection is back to, I believe, where Superintendent Dorland has engaged us all in the conversation around thriving schools and really being able to measure what does a thriving school look like, walk like, talk like, what does it have, how do we staff it? And from that, those metrics come out of what that model is or what that vision is. And from there, that gives us an opportunity to have conversations not only with our staff, but with our parents around this is the experience that we believe that your child needs and deserves in order to thrive when they leave us and they walk across that stage. And so what are those experiences and how do we use them through a bit of an evaluative lens, basically looking at those as measure points that say, are we able to commit to all of these things? And that's where the Thriving Schools vision is coming from, is to be able to define that and truly look through that lens and say, we are able to do that here. And if we're not able to do that here, what are we willing to do about that as an organization and truly as a board? Would you add to that?
Yeah, I would just emphasize and reiterate that we do have situations right now where principals and teachers are making decisions in a sort of pick your poison situation, where it's, we want to afford all these things, but we don't necessarily have the resources. And so we may have to reduce here. We may have to reduce there. And we feel like we need full-time mental health, for example, but we just can't do that. And so it becomes this conversation of either or, which is really challenging. And there are organizations, to Lisa's point about people who support districts with this, that can talk about, in general, this is sort of an enrollment level that allows a school to have the wraparound services, the electives, the specials, AMP that we have identified in the Thriving Schools. But, the other point is many of our buildings, some, not all, were built to be smaller in enrollment. And so that's another thing that we're going to have to grapple with is, what is the metric? Is it utilization? Is it what kind of programming is offered in the building? Or is it all of the above? And really, we're not going to be able to be, in my opinion, super black and white about all of this. But I hear you in that we need some sort of metric upon which to measure, when is it getting to a point where it's not a high quality program for students and families? Can they not afford to house a before and after school program, for example, which we know has been a real challenge for families at Fitzmaurice. And so, yeah, I agree. We're going to have to sort of set that. It's part of what's on our list to do. And I think it's going to need to be almost rubric based so that it's not just a black and white, but it's really contextual. And then we're going to have to be smart in how we apply it and thoughtful about how we apply it. Mm-hmm.
So other questions? I mean, it feels like this is another part of something we don't want to get ahead of in terms of revising a policy before we know what some of the things, the outcomes we're looking for are that would influence some of this decision making. At the same time, if it's a priority to do a policy review before that, then we can most certainly add it to a future agenda and ask for support from legal counsel. And yes.
I just have a suggestion that the board could consider if you want, because it seems like you're looking for like, where are we headed from here? And the timeline, yeah. I have had some conversations with fellow colleagues, superintendent colleagues, and their boards have done some work in this space. And one of the things I think could be beneficial is to do a study of obviously your policy, which you now have copies of, and I think you've all taken a look at. And then also maybe look at some other policies that Ms. Edgar could bring us from other districts that have done some work in this space. So you could kind of review what exists and then kind of indicate to us what resonates with you so that we have, it's hard to just work with a blank slate when what you know is what's in front of you and it's what we currently have. And I think there have been conversations from the board table around not being super excited about what we currently have, that there are some issues with it. And so taking a look at some other examples is a suggestion I have for the board so that then you could, and we don't even need to do this in a study session. I think you could do this. We could ask you to do this on your own. We could have conversations about it. And then we could have a study session about what you like about each of those and have that be more productive instead of just processing in the moment.
Okay.
And Director Schooley and the rest of the board, if it helps just from a legal perspective and for our listening public too, I think it's useful to understand that the board has very broad power to decide which schools are operated and maintained. There is nothing in statute that says that you have to have a closure policy, that a closure policy has to look a particular way. And so just bear in mind that you have significant flexibility on how this does look.
Thank you for that. That's helpful.
I just wanted to ask, I don't know when, I like the idea of studying the policies, but I do feel like we need to have a revised policy. 8 weeks ago, when this first really came up with the Fitzmaurice public comment, and I think I asked several times, like, well, where's our policy? When I was pointed to this, I was so disappointed because I don't feel like it's guiding in any way. And I'm surprised we've gone this long with these policies. And I agree with Ms. Reed, like that we need to have measures. And I think that the process by which we're expected to follow needs to be in this policy, which includes the expectation from community and community engagement around the issue. And so I don't know how far we can get in the plan without a revised policy. I feel like, unless I see what you're saying, we don't have to have a policy, but I don't know, I just can't say enough how much I think we just need to revise these urgently.
So I think we can move fairly quickly. Kristen has been working on looking at policies, and so I think we could include in an upcoming weekly update, probably not Friday, but maybe next week even, does that seem fair? Okay. Some sample policies for you, including our current one, which you already know and have. And then we could have you send feedback to me and Ms. Edgar so that she can begin collecting that feedback. Maybe we can summarize the feedback for all of you so you can see each other's feedback in your next study session and look at a revision based on your feedback. And that would mean, if you look at slide 8 in the timeline that we've presented to you today, you will see that the board review of policy related to consolidation is in the March-April timeline. So this is like first bite at the apple. April could be, I think, a meaningful conversation around where do you want to head with revisions, maybe finalizing them, or maybe just giving input to and almost getting there. And then, and you could almost be maybe finished with it if there's some work that you do on your own as individual board members and get to Kristen before the April study session.
Great. So it sounds like if that's a realistic timeline for you to be able to pull some samples for us, and then perhaps what we can do is email to the board a process for that. So it's not just sending suggestions, but we have a place to kind of synthesize some of those suggestions and then get them to you. And I'm sure that we can work with Ms. Neal on that. Yeah.
And I might suggest that this is an important enough topic that you could consider. We could probably have a goal maybe of a board action to adopt the new policy in your business meeting in May. So it would almost be there in April, but it's in a study session. So you have the flexibility to engage in dialogue and conversation. And we have a little bit more time to make changes based on that dialogue and conversation and feedback. And then in May, maybe you can take action if we can get there. We can shoot for that and see how it goes.
I think that's doable in terms of my availability and capacity. And I just need to look back. I think you guys are 2 readings for policy. Is that correct?
I thought so.
Okay. So if we can, but we might be able to fit that in depending on how far along. Typically it's fairly routine for a first reading there to be significant feedback, and then you bring that back, and if it looks okay, that would count as a second reading. So I think we can work within that time frame.
Okay. Thanks for bringing that up. It's helpful. Ms. Parker, did you have another comment or question?
Yes, thank you. Looking over these 2 policies here, the FCB and FCB-R, I do agree with Dr. Varda. FCB is very sketchy. It does not have a lot of detail or any measurable components to it. But the FCB-R, I think, is substantially well described. And so just based on, very objective criteria, such as, the number of students available and the adequacy of the facilities and so forth, I believe that we've been doing this kind of a review on a regular basis, correct? And when was the last time that the facility management report study was done?
You had an enrollment update in February, but I don't. Steve, do you know the report that they're referencing that's listed in the policy?
The report on the district-wide physical assets, all of them, was completed in 2007 or 2018 in preparation for the bond program. So every facility in the district was analyzed on 12 systemic features within each site. So we had a very comprehensive overview. From that point in time, as a matter of practice, we do 1/3 of our facilities annually. So given now we're 4 years from that time, we will have gone through one cycle of analysis of our facilities plus another third.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there was also an enrollment update that came from your department that was issued last year, I believe, early last year. It may have been a year and a half ago, actually.
Correct. Annually,
Yeah.
we produce 2 reports for district administration and the Board of Education. One is a summary of findings, which is an overall summary of our facility, their assets, their FCIs, the cost value, et cetera. It's pretty comprehensive. I think you've seen it. And the second is the enrollment report. And when Mr. Huxley was here with the board during his enrollment presentation, he referenced that. That's an annual prepared report. So it occurs every year.
And
the enrollment report will be out this month. Summary
And
of
it's-
findings will be out this month.
helpful because it's by articulation area and it has some narrative that helps contextualize what those numbers mean and where things are trending.
Correct.
And if helpful, Director Parker, this is just my read on the policy, which for our listening public, and I want to draw your attention to this too, the policy has been in place for quite some time. It hasn't been changed. So it's not reflecting, I think, the metrics that we're looking at from current demographic trends. To Superintendent Dorland's point, it's sort of through a particular metric lens. as I read the regulation, to me, this contemplates actually a specific study at a specific school when our facilities department determines that this measure has been met, when total permanent elementary capacity in an articulation area exceeds the projected enrollment. So for that trigger, it's almost a study specific to school closure. And I don't know, quite honestly, what this has looked like previously. But so I don't think the facility report that's done every few years and that kind of thing, I don't think that necessarily falls within what this contemplates. But that's just my read on it. It's helpful for me to hear from you guys that this process is something that appeals to you, that there's a process and a study and time for engagement. So I can certainly take that feedback as we prepare to bring examples and thoughts to you next time.
Okay, thanks. That helps. But I do believe from some of the things I've read that the facilities group has brought forward suggestions, recommendations for school closings in the past.
That is correct. We've done that. I don't want to say annually. I will say frequently, because there was a time where there was a hiatus on those discussions, so they did not take place. But you are correct. We have had those discussions with boards of education on a regular basis.
I was thinking about the timeline, and I wondered if to align with the April sessions with us, I can't think of what they're called, and then the Jeffco Thrives 25 Alliance, if a June review of our policy actually makes more sense, because then those will all have been completed, and we'll have then the month of May to process and think about how to incorporate them into the policy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that started with that suggestion, and then people move the policy up. So either one is fine with me. I think in order to not be redundant about things, I would prefer for the process to be able to move through and get the languaging around some of this, because they're all connected. And so to create that alignment, that would be my suggestion. But I'm one of many few. So you guys need to let me know what you want to do. So in terms of consensus building, when do you want to see this return back to us? We can still have Ms. Edgar bring us some examples to be able to review, to contemplate what other types of policies exist for other school districts. And then in terms of calendaring out when we have that dialogue, making it a little bit later would allow us a couple of, conversations before we finalize.
And if it's helpful at all, I understand you're doing work on the substance, the metrics, the items that would make us examine whether closure is appropriate. We can start based on initial feedback from the samples. Mm-hmm. We can, I'm happy to put together what could look like a process into which you can put that. So, because that I think is important, and you haven't seen this yet, but from policies that I have reviewed, there's some common elements around process, gathering of information and data or a study of sorts, community engagement, presentations or hearings before the board along with public comment. So we can start to sort of map out, this is what a process could look like, without necessarily interfering the development of the metrics that would, lead you down that process.
Maybe what we can do is provide some guiding questions to get responses from board members around what do you want to see in a process, what do you appreciate, want to adopt from some of these other models, and use that as a starting point. And then we can work in to calendar out when we'll be able to have further dialogue, with the intention of having something we can vote on as a final policy closer to June. Does that work? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. You guys, you're actually leaving. Wow. Oh, no. Thank you very much. So board members, we move on now to our review of the second quarter interim financial report with the chair of our Financial Oversight Committee, Leanne M. Welcome. And our external auditor from Clifton Larson Allen, Paul. Oh, yep. Yeah, so as you guys are setting up, we'll welcome you up here, and then we'll take a brief break while we transition. But you guys can join us at the front, and then we'll join you back here in a few minutes.
can see the world through open eyes and savor all the time before it flies. And every time you wake up, there's a new day that's calling out your name. Come join the game. Well, that's life. Take what comes along the way. That's love. Let it grow stronger every day. There's joy as the days go passing by. There's hope, a better life for you and I. We'll take our dreams and fly. Together we can try. That's life. Well, some things in this world were meant to be, like living life in peace and harmony. So follow where the road will lead you. Hand in hand we'll make our dreams come true. Enjoy the view. Oh, that's life. Take what comes along the way. That's love. Let it grow stronger every day. There's joy as the days go passing by. There's hope, a better life for you and I. We'll take our dreams and fly. Together we can try. That's life.
All right, board members, we move on to our review of the second quarter interim financial report. With the chair of our Financial Oversight Committee, Leanne M. Welcome very much. And our external auditor from Clifton Larson Allen, Paul Niedermuller. Welcome. Good to see you again. We have 30 minutes for this presentation and dialogue. Welcome, Ms. Copeland. Superintendent Dorland, do you have anything you'd like to add before we turn it over to Ms. Copeland and friends?
Nope, I'm ready for Ms. Copeland to begin.
All right, take it away.
Thank you, President Schooley, board members. Good to see you this snowy afternoon. I'm going to start with about 10 or 12 minutes on this report, hand it to Paul, and then Leanne will dialogue with you on some of the recommendations FOC has brought forward. So just a quick summary statement. This comes right from our transmittal memo. Overall, the second quarter continued some of the spending trends we initially observed in the first quarter. Other than debt and capital funds, all funds have expenditures below the 50% benchmark for the mid-year point. On the revenue side, general fund revenues appear much lower than benchmark because the timing for local tax collection, which is now instead of as of December 31st. And again, this presentation is just a sample of the information in our full quarterly report, which is posted publicly once finalized and is on that website. So this.
Well, I'm sorry to do this. Can you bring the microphone a tiny bit closer to your face? It's
Really?
I know. I'm like trying to read your lips, and I realized we have microphones. We don't have to do this. Yeah.
Okay. You've been deputized by Drew.
No, I'm doing his bidding now. Thank you.
Okay. So this restates very similarly that revenue is below the 50% benchmark. It has to do with the timing of our local tax receipts, and then spending is below the 50% benchmark. Actuals are at 47% of 47.6% of budgeted expenditures for the general fund. Right on. These are a couple pie charts that really look at your budget, and the message here is the general fund is the big blue, which is to say it is the bulk of our spending. Specifically, Q2 expenses in the general fund totaled $405 million. One thing to note, in the second quarter, we did pick up spending some. Some of that is because it was 3 months of the adjusted salaries for anyone who got a raise. Those raises for our licensed staff take effect in when teachers come back, basically. So it's not true necessarily for July, which is an annualized extension of the prior pay rate. The other thing that happened is we did our 1% one-time bonus compensation to returning employees. Our grants fund, as of December 31st, we had expenses of about $20 million. That's only 17% or so of the full year's budget. And one thing to note is we have not, as of that date, started moving ESSER 3 expenditures into the grants fund, and the grants fund appropriation at $119 million gave us room to spend all of ESSER 3 if we so chose. That is not what we proposed. It's not what you have seen as a budget. It's not what we gave the state, but it is what we appropriated way back when, so that we would have that flexibility if we sought it. So all of which to say, even once we move ESSER 3 into the grants fund, we are not going to get close to that 119 mark. And that's not a bad thing. Okay, campus activity fund, $27 million for the budget for the year, Q2 expenses of about $8 million. That is trending a little bit below benchmark, but these activities really do pick up at a greater pace in Q3 and Q4. Food services, $28 million in budgeted expenditures. For the year, the Q2 expenses are at 13.6, and you'll see actually, and this may be the first time we've seen this in many years, revenue has exceeded expense as of Q2. Now, some of that could easily be timing, but I just wanted to celebrate food services a little for what has been a tough year. So, transportation fund, of course, we're budgeted at about $29 million for the year. Q2 expenses are at about 42% of that full year budget. That really represents primarily vacancies. And unfortunately, we continue to experience vacancies among our transportation staff, which is a bummer. This is our monthly cash. So it's a mix of actual and forecast. And so those are actual figures through December, and then forecasted figures January, February, March, April, May. Again, as this shows, we start to get additional receipts this month. We would have hit our low point at the end of February, maybe very beginning of March in terms of cash, but not to worry. We're not at any point on this graph going below our reserve target levels for cash. All right, last is a note on the building fund appropriation. So if you read in detail the second quarter report, then you noticed that at a couple of places we mentioned that the 2018 bond fund was spending at a trend higher than budget for that specific fund. So I just wanted to clarify for you all, in case you're wondering, your appropriation that was adopted first in June, modified in September pursuant to this, but then of course we did another one in January. You appropriate the building fund as sort of one line, and it combines the 2018 bond and the 2020 bond proceeds, which exist. We track them from an accounting perspective in two separate funds, but you appropriate on a combined basis. So we've appropriated the $221 million. The interim actual as of December 31st on a combined basis was $95-ish million. The original budget for just 2018 building fund was $36.8 million, but we started with a bigger balance in that fund than we anticipated. That's what it was like 52 instead of the 36. And so, of course, we're going to spend that all down first, well, mostly first, compared to the 2020 for a whole host of reasons. So this last bullet says it may be necessary to adopt a revised appropriation. However, I consulted with my colleague right there, and we do not expect to spend on a combined basis more than the 221. So we're fine on our appropriation, but the superintendent has the option to authorize, through her designee, a budget transfer between those two accounts. Okay. That's it. I went past. Any questions before I hand it to Paul? Awesome.
Well, thank you. And good evening, members of the Board of Education. Paul Niedermuller with Clifton Larson Allen, and I'm going to go through our two-page report over the quarterly report. So Clifton Larson Allen has been engaged by the Board of Education through management to comply with 4 bullets. And those bullets are specific to, we meet with district management to understand the policies and procedures that may have changed the last quarter, or any items that they are aware of that has not been disclosed within this financial report. And we articulate who we met with on page 1. That is Superintendent Dorland, Mr. Bell, and Ms. Copeland. We further have discussions with legal counsel to see if there's any pending litigation that needs to be disclosed within the financial statements to make sure that they're complete based upon legal's review. And we have done that as well. The third item is we look for any trends specific to overspend of budget, any specific revenue items, as well as any deficit fund balance. And we've highlighted 3 things that are in line with your presentation that you received from Ms. Copeland. That is, the debt service is over that 50% benchmark. And again, the reason for that is because the principal payment is made in December, which has a higher concentration of the total budget. And we expect that to be the June payment to be about 25% of the overall. The capital reserve and the building fund 2018 are all projected or over budget as outlined within Ms. Copeland's report. And then finally, we come back and look at any comments and recommendations from the audit in the previous year and see if those have been rectified or what the plan of action going forward. We did not have any findings as relates to the management letter. In our report dated February 7th, we identified that the single audit was not yet completed. As of today, it has been completed, so I'm going to update the board that we did not have any findings or recommendations over the 3 programs that were tested as part of the Single Audit Act. So again, just wanted to highlight that in terms of our report and give you a synopsis of what our procedures were and address any questions that the Board of Education may have.
Ms. M., I don't want to leave you out of this conversation, so I don't know if you'd like to, I'm not sure if you've met some of the newer board members, to just introduce yourself and if there's any information you want to add to the conversation.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I will try and speak into the microphone. All right. Thank you. My name is Leanne M. I am the chair of the Financial Oversight Committee. And to be honest with you, I don't remember how long it's been. I think it's about 4 or 5 years. But I have been chair for, I think, 2 years now, a little over 2. So I appreciate being here and having a dialogue with you, and just really want to commend staff for the work that they've done, and also for Paul to come and review and look at the financial statements each quarter and have interviews with the staff and make sure everything is online. He's always at the Financial Oversight Committee meetings, which is very helpful because we do have questions for him on occasion. And I believe it lends credibility to the process also. So with that, the first thing that I would like to say is this is the first that I've heard about the no recommendations from the single audit. That's fantastic, especially given that the single audit covered tremendous amounts of grant money that came in through the Recovery Acts with the COVID relief bills and things like that. So not having any recommendations, I think, is pretty good. So understand that. And being a prior accounting type person and budgeting type person, I would be very proud of that if I was sitting in Brenna's chair. So anyway, thank you. After the last couple of FOC meetings, we did have a lot of dialogue with the superintendent and staff regarding the process for the strategic plan and Superintendent Dorland's vision for the Thriving Schools model. And I really commend you all for thinking about that in this way. And what does it take to have the resources available in the schools? And Ms. Varda, you put it very succinctly about some of the smaller schools don't have the opportunities that the larger schools have. It's very nice to have your student in a small school and have that those relationships with the teachers and all of that, but at potentially what cost? from an opportunity standpoint. So with that, I'm pretty excited about how the Thriving Schools model could be implemented and looked at through the coming months and years. It will take a lot of work. But the Financial Oversight Committee was also really excited about that conversation and encourages the district to continue shoring up that strategic plan with the available resources that are in the district. So with that, yes, efforts to define that vision for the Thriving Schools, and then help use that to engage with the community and the students and the staff and everyone that makes that community what it is. Second quarter results are as expected. There were no surprises, so that's always a nice thing. And looking at a school district budget through December is always somewhat strange because the revenues really are not keeping up with all of the expenditures. And you might be thinking, oh my gosh, our revenues are not meeting our expenditures. Totally to be expected, the way that property taxes come in. Property taxes come in February, May, and June. And that's how your cash flow will be. So don't worry, that's the way it is, and as long as the property tax code is in that fashion, that's how it will be. But so we're on track as expected. We have discussed the Moss Adams recommendation regarding the capital oversight and the bond. That was what am I trying to say? The Moss Adams report had a lot of recommendations in it for the bond program, and looking at that. Where we focused was on the section about having a financial audit done. The bond question said you will have a financial audit of the bond program. We have a financial audit done. Paul's firm does that financial audit. It looks at every fund across the district, including the bond fund. There has never been anything identified that would lend red flags to why that audit would not cover the language in the bond language. So the Financial Oversight Committee feels pretty strongly that this external audit is meeting those requirements and continue on down the path. So that's kind of where we have landed. We have asked the district to go back to the original bond council who helped craft that language and see if there's any recommendations that they would see from that. You know, is there anything else that we should be considering, thinking about from that lens? But at this point, we feel pretty sure that the language of the bond is being met with our current external audit. We do support the recommendation for developing potentially better and more thorough ways of describing the projects, the money that's been spent, the budget, and we know that a budget for a capital project, especially in these times right now, are going to change. I'll give you a personal example. I said, I would really like to remodel my bathroom and got some cost estimates for it, but they're telling me, oh, you might need to plan on, 10, 15, 20% extra in order to do this project. And so how can I even plan myself to do a small thing like this, let alone build a school or remodel a school or do the things that you all are trying to do with those bond dollars? Very, very difficult right now in order to plan that. So if we go back to the original budgets for those projects, there has got to be an expectation that those budgets are going to change. And that's where our experts, Steve's group, the CAC committee, the Capital Oversight Committee, will lend their expertise on how to go about looking at those projects. But there are potentially some ways that the district could beef up that reporting to the public so that it is transparent and demonstrate. And you all, I know, also approve those changes in the contracts. They're brought forward to you during your board meetings, and you see also those changes. So finally, knowing that the district has been budgeting for deficit expenditures, deficit spending, we're spending more than we're taking in, we're spending down reserves, and knowing that you are entering into a strategic planning process, it may be very helpful to start thinking about multi-year budgeting and seeing how that might fit into your planning process so that you can have a vision that extends past a one-year financial timeline and see how that might help you in the future. It could be very beneficial to have not only a long-term look from a strategic planning process, but also maybe think about how you could build in a longer-term financial process. So with that, I am going to stop. And if you all have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you, Ms. M, and thank you for your service on this committee. We appreciate it. Board, this is our opportunity to engage with our experts here in front of us and ask any questions or any comments that you all want to have made. Is there anyone that would like to start? Ms. Parker wants to start.
Thank you so much, guys. I have a couple of questions. And first, Ms. M, I was looking at your recommendations that you sent around, and you did fill in the blank. There was a missed phrase, I guess. The FOC recommends that the district explore ways to, period. And so it would be the multi-year budgeting? Is that?
Yes. When I was reading over these, I saw that also, and I thought, that needs to be fleshed out a little bit.
Is there anything else that you would put in that little area besides multi-year budget?
Just recommends that the district engage in multi-year planning to ensure that the costs are reduced to align with the expected revenues. And then that planning, that fiscal planning, should be a priority when you're developing your vision and strategic plan and support that concept of the thriving schools. So really just taking it forward and set your plan and let the budget support that plan.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And then along the lines also of what you were reporting on, and for Brenna, to do an independent audit of just the bond program, if we were to do that, do you have any concept of range of how much that would cost, an audit of just that program?
So, we just completed our single audit, which is an audit of just our federal funds. And I don't know exactly off the top of my head, although I did get the invoice recently. I think it's about $25,000, but I don't think that is exactly the right proxy for what might be entailed in the bond audit, because you're really looking at 3 funds, the capital fund, 2018, 2020, and it's a different scale and complexity.
Okay, that's helpful. And then in your letter that you sent around to go with your presentation, there was the recommendation that a supplemental appropriation will be needed for the building fund / capital projects fund. During your presentation, you said, was this slide up there? Yeah. You said that there was something that had caused you to believe we don't need supplemental. Can you explain or differentiate?
Sure. So the report, the financial statement reports are done by the 2018 fund and the 2020 fund. So those are separated on the financial reporting. And so by financial or audit law, you're required you cannot exceed your fund level appropriation. So those are reported separately, and they're also reported separately in your bond book, but you appropriate the building fund in aggregate. So I think we're all clear there. In your summary of significant accounting policies, it states that the board is required to increase any type of appropriation. So in your building fund, you do not need a board authorization for increasing your building fund appropriation. But what you do need is you need the directive of the superintendent, which again, by your policy, allows them to move between programs. So in this case, you're moving between the 2018 and the 2020 funds, the total appropriation, to line up with the spending that happened during 2021.
So it's moving funds. It's not really taking something out of the general fund or anything that we didn't plan for.
Correct. We will spend no more, most likely, we will spend no more than $221 million in total. We will do a budget transfer. So we're moving part of the budget that currently sort of resides in the 2020 fund into the 2018 fund to cover the full expenditures that are coming out of the 2018 fund. But in total, we're not changing the appropriation for the building fund combined.
Okay. And then the final thing I had was the mention that the audit it did not conduct an examination or review engagement, the objective of which would be the expression of an opinion or conclusion. Had you performed additional procedures, other matters might have come to our attention that would have been reported to us. Can you give me an idea of what kind of other issues you might have reported if we'd asked you to?
So what an agreed upon procedure is we just do exactly what we were agreed upon. And so we're just stating that we did not audit the entire quarterly report. We just did what we were told to do, and we reported back to you. So it's just basically defining what our scope was, and our scope was limited to the 4 bullet points that I just went over.
So I understand that. So I'm just asking you, since you put in here there might have been other issues raised, can you give me an example of something else that you might have been asked to report on?
Well, there could be things that are happening within the district, or things that are outside of the purview of this that we did not look at.
This is just
it's just a disclaimer.
It's just a disclaimer.
That's correct.
And so it's not, then I understand it's not that there was something substantial missing that we didn't ask for that you're used to reporting on.
There's nothing that I'm aware of. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Other questions, comments from board members?
Thanks, Ms. M, for all that information. It was really helpful, and I would love a multi-year budget. I think that would be fantastic. I appreciate, Ms. Copeland, when you started talking about the suggestion for the audit. I think you went to Moss Adams first and consulted with them. The process going through that, I just want to be clear. I think it's really important that we ask these questions because there is a cost to it. There could be redundancies. Not that we're worried about an audit happening. I think an audit happening is something we always welcome, and I feel like we'd come out on the other side of this just as good as we have on all the others. So I think I appreciate the the fiscal responsibility of the process of reviewing and the recommendation from the committee. And one more request for the original intent, of it. So I appreciate that long process to get at this, because the redundancy, I think you mentioned, Ms. Copeland, would be quite a lot of work, and it might not make sense to do an independent or isolated audit of something in a larger budget. So, but I think at any point, the audits are so helpful and for us to feel confident in the budget. So I just want to clarify that I appreciate that process of the work going into that. He's called it beefing up the transparency of the process. I'm also glad that we're pursuing that per the recommendation of Moss Adams. I think I have almost not been a part of a project or a program that couldn't have improved the process. And so I think there's lots of room for us to do that work and just track things better, make things more transparent. And I look forward to that work and improving on that as a program as we go forward. So thanks for bringing the insights from the committee as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Miller?
I'd like to follow up on a couple things. It's lovely to see you and in person too. I think you were on video once with us or twice. Yeah. I appreciate you asking for the bond counsel opinion. I believe in the previous FOC notes there was a comment that bond counsel had been consulted, but I appreciate the ask of seeing what bond counsel actually says and being able to provide it to you. So that would be great. And I look forward to seeing what they say. I would like to go back, though, to some of the challenges that I think that we faced in 2016 and then again 2018. And Jason Glass kind of did his, walk through the district and talking with the district about the bond program in 2016. We did not have success in 2016, as you well know. And so we went back to 2018. And at that time, one of Jason Glass's concerns that he raised was twofold. One was the discussion about, one of the critiques that was put in the bond positives, negatives was, hey, we're spending money on schools that where there's low enrollment and should possibly be closed, because we saw what happened with Pleasant View and we saw what was happening with declining enrollment. And that supposedly the proposal was not sufficient or inefficient when considering the closing of schools, and yet we're touching every single school when we went forward with the bond program. So that was one of the issues that was raised. The second issue that was raised was transparency concerns. And so the transparency issue, Jason said over and over on his advanced blog, as well as in his video that he put up on the website that people could click on to see what was going to be on offer, the CTE programs, the investment in schools, the investment in all the different programs, as well as the mill for the STEM investment, et cetera. And one of the things he said from the very beginning, bond funds would also be monitored by a separate blue ribbon oversight committee and be subject to an annual external audit. And I think the difference between an external audit for a bond program versus an external audit for our district is so that we would actually have somebody that was outside of our audit that we normally have be able to review our bond program, because the concern was it's very big, we should have transparency. He went on in his other conversations, advanced blog, once again, expanding on career technology, upgrading, et cetera. It also would go to the conditions of bond funds that they would be, once again, subject to an annual audit. And he continued to do that 3 or 4 or 5 different times, to the point where it got to the bond language where the funds would be subject to an annual external audit, changed it to an independent audit. But then when we go to the discussion at Community Media, which is the newspaper that goes out to all of Jefferson County, it stated that Jefferson County, many parents and educators say, is at a crisis point. I think we could all agree that in 2018, it was really at a point we needed to start investing significantly. And it needs money to repair and renovate aging buildings. And towards that end, Colorado Community urges Jefferson County to support the question 5A, 5B. And they went on to say that why we do that is we applaud the district's commitment to transparency. A Citizens Financial Oversight Committee and an independent audit of expenditures will make sure money from the measure is spent as intended. We also commend the district for listening to criticism from its failed bond attempt in 2016, which cited a lack of clarity in how the money would be used. This time, the district has prepared a detailed booklet and website of exactly where the money will go to each school. So going back to what Mary said or asked of you all for the audit that you do you do an audit of the expenditures of our bond funds? Is that in our list that we get from you? Do you go in and see how we are expending our bond funds?
Our audit is of the district's financial statements, which includes the 2018, 2020 bond funds.
Right, but do you go in and check to see how our bond funds, the expenditures are made from our bond funds?
It is part of the audit, and those funds and those expenditures are part of our financial statement audit in aggregate.
In aggregate?
That is correct.
Right, not down to the detail level.
Transparency. We issue an opinion over the funds that are highlighted within our basic financial statements, which includes the 2018, 2020.
Right, but we don't get a separate independent audit.
That is correct.
From you.
You do not. That is correct.
Correct? Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions from board members for folks here?
I have one question. Is the audit you do considered external and independent?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
But not on our bond fund, which was what Jason Glass told people we were doing. Okay, thank you.
You just said you cover the bond fund in our external and independent audit.
Just
clarifying.
I know, but not the expenditures of the bond fund, just for clarification, not how we're spending the money on the expenditures. And I think there's a very big difference between what you're saying is an external, which because it sits in our, I don't want to make a mistake, not the consolidated financials, versus what was talked about for the purpose of an independent external review of the bond expenditures.
So going back to one of the original questions was, it sounds like one of the FOC recommendations is to check with bond counsel, and that has been part of the question we've needed some response to, and it sounds like it would be helpful for the board to get an update on what that recommendation is from bond counsel and make sure we're doing our due diligence with that. Yep.
So just want to be super clear, I will be obtaining an opinion from bond counsel per FOC's recommendation and prior request from the superintendent.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Copeland. Any other questions, or Superintendent Dorland, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
I just want to highlight that this is an area where we have disagreement. And disagreement, I think, both on the board as well as community-based questioning of what we're doing, what was promised at one point in time in history by a previous superintendent, obviously. And what I've seen, I want to commend the FOC for having twice now on agendas really rich dialogue about this. And our previous board had rich dialogue about this issue of the audit. And I think that we are going to get a bond counsel opinion, and I appreciate Ms. Copeland taking that step, and we will make sure that that is shared with you. And I think that's going to be a legal opinion. And I think oftentimes when we have situations in a community where there's division and lack of shared agreement, legal opinions matter, but so does the court of public opinion. And so I just want us to think about that. There's no answer in anything that I'm saying right now. But I think it matters, especially when there's disagreement or questions that continue. And so I'm not suggesting that the Financial Oversight Committee's recommendation is not appropriate or good, by the way, because I really do think that you all have spent a concerted amount of time thinking about this and talking with both Ms. Copeland and Paul, and also just grappling with it yourselves. But I do think that there are important aspects of looking at issues, especially when we disagree, from both the requirement compliance lens and the public perception lens. And so I think it's just something we should continue to talk about, because ultimately, I do believe, given your role and oversight of budgets, that this is a board decision around what we should do in terms of a separate audit for the bond. And if the answer to that from the board is no, we don't want to invest the funds because we feel like it's covered based on bond counsel's opinion and conversations we've had and our CFO's perspective, we don't want to do it. That's, your purview. But I also just want the board to think about it not only from a legal perspective, but also a public perception perspective. And I think that our FOC committee did talk about that quite a bit in their conversations, and they still came to this recommendation. So I want you to know that. And I appreciate the recommendation from FOC. I appreciate them taking time to talk about it. And I appreciate Ms. Copeland taking some next steps with bond counsel. We'll get that to you. And I think we need to have further conversation once we have that in hand.
Yep, Ms. Parker.
Just so I understand, whether or not a separate audit will be done will be brought before the board. I mean, it's not the $500,000, budget item or expenditure that we're used to seeing brought before the board. But would it?
I think the request was to provide the bond counsel's opinion, the finding. It's not a finding, but their recommendation will come back to the board.
Right. I just want to clarify, though, that the board would be voting on any action to have another audit.
I don't know that there is a requirement for the board to vote on this. I can look at Ms. Edgar to see about that. I think that's probably not necessarily like a board action, but I do think the FOC is reporting to you their perspective of this issue. And so therefore you have an opportunity to share with me what you all think about this. And so I just want to make sure you're able to see the bond counsel perspective. And then I also am encouraging the board to think about it from both perspectives, both the compliance perspective as well as the public perception perspective.
Okay, thanks. And I do look forward to the bond counsel's advice or their opinion. But on the lines of public opinion, public confidence, the community, I just want to put on the record that I have only heard from 2 people in the community who have questioned anything about the bond program. So I have not received anywhere near the correspondence on the bond issue as I've gotten on many other issues. So from my perspective, everyone I have spoken to is very confident and has trust in our bond program.
All right.
I wanted to add to that because every single school visit I've been on, I will ask the principals who have bond program work what their perception of it is, and I'll ask them specifically, how do you feel like the program has been managed? And I have also not heard one principal say anything negative about the bond program. So I ask almost everyone that I run into because I'm curious what the public perception is of the program. And it's been overwhelmingly positive.
Ms. Copeland, were you gonna? Whoops, I just tapped it. It's my new gavel. Did you have anything else you'd like to share?
I just wanted to mention, of course, that our current independent financial audit is presented directly to the board, and it comes out of the board's budget, in fact, among many other things. So any potential prospective audit would be prepared with guidance from the board.
Great, thank you. All right, thank you so much, Ms. M. Please extend our appreciation and gratitude to your colleagues on the Financial Oversight Committee. Lovely to see you again, Mr. Niedermuller. I'm sure we will talk again in a quarter or so. And Ms. Copeland, you're staying with us, so you can't go anywhere. Board members, we continue our discussion on finances with this next topic. When we receive an update on the budgeting process underway at schools and budget requests from departments as part of the development of next school year's budget, we've allocated 30 minutes for this presentation and dialogue with Ms. Copeland. Superintendent Dorland and colleague. Superintendent Dorland, do you have anything to add before we turn it back over to Ms. Copeland?
No, let's begin.
Great, and please introduce yourself.
So still me, Brenna Copeland, Chief Financial Officer.
Brian Sammons, Budget Manager.
Great. So now we're going to mostly shift gears into next year, although there is one brief update about the current year. This will be the flow of information. We're going to talk through current year update, budget calendar, revenue forecast, breaking it out by per student and enrollment, expense forecast, talking about the two core components of our expense budget, the school-based budgets and the departmental budgets. And then we're going to do a consolidated forecast for the general fund. And then last, we're going to ask for some guidance from you all on the budget engagement work we want to do with community. So this is a quick update for current year. As you have heard on a couple of occasions from Ed, we are going to get a supplemental appropriation from the state, and that will result in just under $8 million in additional revenue for Jeffco. That includes part of the additional buy down of the budget stabilization factor, and it also includes a one-time supplemental payment around at-risk. So we will be bringing a supplemental appropriation as part of the consent agenda next month, just to make sure that these funds are available to spend. This is our budget development process as a wheel, and it is, I feel like the hamster in the middle. So we started a long time ago, but here we are in March and April, and there's a few acronyms in here, but what we're really focused on this month and next is our budget for outcomes, which is our departmental budgeting process and the requests that we've received from departments. We've already allocated and received back our school-based budgets. We also have those. We're looking at our grants. We're dialoguing with the DAC. We meet with the budget subcommittee. We also meet with the full DAC. The DAC will be coming to speak with you in April. And we do other community engagement. And of course, we have started negotiations. So that will tee us up for May and June. You can see all that. So let's start with revenue. The 2022-23 governor's budget included a few key adjustments. The first is the state has finalized 3.5% as the consumer price index inflation rate for us. That will therefore increase the base per student funding, or PPR, we sometimes call it, per pupil funding, by 3.5%. So that's good. Additionally, the governor has updated his proposal to include a $205 million reduction to the budget stabilization factor. And this table just to the right on the slide, where it says state changes to budget stabilization factor, is, I think, a slightly different way to present this data than maybe the board has seen in the past, but it's hopefully the numbers that you read in the news. And so it makes it that much easier to trace back through what's happening. So prior to the supplemental, the budget stabilization factor in total for the state, so not just Jeffco, for everyone, was $571 million. A bunch of extra numbers up there too. After the supplemental that brought it down by the $68 million, that reduced it to 503. And then the governor's proposed budget for next year would reduce it by an additional 205, which takes it down to 298 million. And so again, that operates as a reduction to what goes out to school districts, the state. So when you make a reduction smaller, you effectively increase funding. So that is what the governor's budget did. It will hopefully increase funding in both ways, the CPI and the additional buy down of the budget stabilization factor. The total impact is about $26 million in additional revenue for Jeffco and our charters combined. So that's what you see below. So total program, again, that's a word that the state uses quite a bit. And that is like how they figure out all of our funding. Well, and then there's also the categoricals, but all of our per student funding. And so this number, the 710, represents charter and district total program funding. And you're seeing there the year-over-year change from this year to next is forecasted at a positive 26. This is exciting. You guys can smile. This is good news. Okay.
Okay. Ms. Copeland, can you just verify, is the proportion for charter school pass-through about 10% still, or is that Has that
Approximately.
changed? Okay.
Yeah. If
So
you
that's-
want to eyeball it, that's approximately
Okay.
right.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So the forecasted fund accounts, you guys have heard me talk about this in the past, that because our funded count is higher than our actual served count, we have a pretty good inkling for what it will be next year, even before we know for sure what our exact enrollment is next year, because we're averaging over 5 years. 4 of those years are now known values. Next year is the unknown, but it's still only 20% of the equation. So we think the funded count is going to come in at 78,888. God, we're so precise. I love that. And that is, hang on, I did. That is 1,883 students fewer than this year's total funded count. Now, again, these totals represent everyone, district and charter. So next year's, if you want to call it like a subsidy, that we are realizing through this funding approach is about 30 million. So on the previous slide, you saw revenues are going to increase by 26 million. It's important to remember that 30 million of that revenue is going to taper away over time. And that's what this is showing us, is that we're now by FY25/FY26, we will be funded on actuals, and depending on what happens with those, we will no longer have 30 million in revenue that we have now. So, questions? Oh, I should wait till the end. Sorry, I'm gonna keep going. You tell me what to do, President Schooley. Okay, so now we're going to talk about expenses. That was revenue. 2 big parts of our budget: the school-based budgets and then the departmental budgets, which we operate through a process called budgeting for outcomes. The general fund budget is, largely these 2 component parts. Okay, so school-based budgets account for about 473 million of annual spend. And I think that number right there is, again, specific to next year. So we're showing you what we have already pushed out to schools through their allocations, as well as some of the funds that are budgeted for our option schools outside of the SVB formula. So the pie chart also gives you a sense of scale for how much of our budget goes towards elementary, middle, and high and option schools, and the dollar amounts there in millions. So the one thing this does exclude, so these are the school managed budgets, but this is not our full spending at our school sites. So our school sites also have a number of staff who are funded through the student services budget, student success budget. So those are our SPED folks, counselors, psych, social work, nursing, etc. Obviously, our custodial staff are there in the schools every day. They do not show up in this pie chart. Athletics, field services, etc. And certain grant-funded positions who are very much serving in schools every day are not represented in this pie chart. So the budgeting for outcomes process works to try and align our budget requests to the strategic plan. The objectives are simply identify new priorities, confirm existing programs and priorities, and then clearly articulate whether budget requests are recurring versus one-time, and whether they add personnel. So that's really what we're asking all of our departments to do, and it's a 2-step process for them. First, they ask for renewals, then they ask for potential increases. To give you a sense of scale, and again, speaking to the proportionate share of some of our departmental budgets that really are spent directly in schools, this shows you some of our renewal requests from a sampling of our larger departments. School-based technology, 19.6, 100% in schools. Telecom network utilities, the biggest thing there really is utilities, 95% in schools. Student success, about 85% in schools of their $113 million budget. And yes, our y-axis here is 0, so that is the full, you can interpret that as, yes, that's the full size. Custodial services, about 85% or so. athletics and activities 75%, field services, et cetera. So that's just to give you an approximate amount of sort of what's deployed directly in schools from these renew requests. This is a popcorn approach to our departmental increase requests. And so really what I'm trying to do here is just preview conceptually some of these things with you. I will come back in April with specific line item detail and the recommendations from the superintendent and myself around what we think should be funded. Today, we're really just talking conceptually about what folks are asking for. So up in the top left, you see literacy and math curricular resources. That should be no surprise. You've been talking about it quite a bit, and I think you're going to talk some more tonight. Additional custodial staff, new sports. We're actually rolling out a new sport, which I'm really excited about. It's a video game. It's not video game. It's esports. Anyway, I'm going to try out for the team. Additional campus supervisors, which come from our safety and security department, and patrol officers, transportation services for students with IEPs, additional computers and technology, gifted and talented resource teachers, et cetera. These are just a sample of the requests. So I want to be clear, these are requests that focus on serving our kids. So this is the consolidated forecast for our general fund for both the current projection for this year and then next year. So if you recall our time together in January, you might remember that the bottom line for this year was a bit more negative. Right now, we're thinking that with that supplemental we got from the state and continuing to monitor the trends that we're seeing in our spending, that we're hoping to see a net result of about negative $5 million to the general fund for this fiscal year. So again, I think that's good news. The forecast for next year is that revenue number you see there was built from the ground up, looking at all the things we talked about on the previous slide, including the funded count, the per student funding, the budget stabilization factor buy downs, all the different pieces of the puzzle. It's this amazing spreadsheet, which very shortly is not going to be a spreadsheet. It's going to be an ANAPlan that this gentleman built. I love that spreadsheet, although I'm very happy to get rid of it soon. I mean that in the nicest possible way. And so that's that revenue. So a lot of detail has gone into that revenue number. Now, on the flip side, the expenditure side is just a crude plug at the moment because we don't yet know what our negotiated compensation package is, et cetera. So we have simply applied the same inflation rate to expenses that we are seeing in our PPR. And that's what gets us to that expenditure number. So an important caveat is there at the bottom, which is to say right now we're showing other uses as flat, but that may change. And one example might be we have a BFO increase request from, for example, our tech department. And this relates to student technology and support for the devices that we're trying to equip students with. And because there's a transfer to them to fund the work, that transfer line might change if we agree to fund that increase request. All right, this is another version of the timeline. I was asking myself, I was like, why did I do the timeline twice? I guess I want to bookend the whole thing. I also wanted to be very straightforward that last time I presented this timeline to you, for February, it included community engagement survey opens, and this has not happened. And there are reasons it didn't happen. In part, in February, if you recall, we were surveying families about start times. And I do think it's important if we're going to be surveying our families and really seeking strong participation, that we don't inundate them with surveys. And so we decided, you know what, let's hold off on the budget piece and figure out exactly from you all what kind of feedback and input you want and figure out how to potentially embed or approach that. I'm going to go to the next slide because I'm talking more about it on that one, in concert with some of the Thriving Schools work. So again, if I just send out a budget survey to everyone and then a month later they're getting a Thriving Schools survey or a strategic plan survey, it just becomes overwhelming for our families. And so how do we be judicious about the number of times we're asking them to give us feedback? So I did want to highlight, as far as community engagement goes, the budget team did support our district accountability committee in surveying the school accountability committees. And so again, if you think about that giant pie of $472 million that goes out through the school-based budgets, the SACs really inform how that money is spent. So that's a direct community engagement way that doesn't really have to pass through you, to be honest, for parents to have influence on how funding is spent in their schools. So I really like this year's SAC survey. It asks questions like, did you actually look at your UIP when you were helping to advise your budget? And did you talk to your principal about your budget, et cetera? So I think the results, which we just got today, are going to be really helpful. So the DAC will be speaking to that when they talk with you in April. So you will get some of that direct information about what does the dialogue look like in our schools around budgeting. But my question is, what else would you like? And so you can ponder that, but you can also ask me questions. I think that's my last slide. Oh, appendices. Yeah, and I'm happy to talk to any of the content there if you guys want.
Why don't we start with having questions that we may need for clarification, and then specifically to talk about Ms. Copeland's question around the community engagement piece, if that is something that we want to bring up. Is there anyone that would like to begin our dialogue this evening? Because it is evening now. Officially, it's not afternoon. Ms. Miller.
Thank you very much, and I'm really looking forward to the new plan as well, Aeroplan, the Maserati, I think is what we're calling it, which will be great. A couple questions. One on the SAC interviews. Did we have names of people who participated with the principals so we know that there was a parent or parents working with the principals so that we know that we definitely have the parents' voices, because I know some schools do it a little differently than others.
Yeah, so the DAC worked to get that list of names of SAC contacts. It's a tongue twister, but at every school. So we had the SAC chair who was part of the mailing list, and then anyone else that person identified. And in responding to the survey, we did distribute the survey broadly. So it also included principals and other people, but we can disaggregate data. But it tells in the survey who is responding to us. So you can see that breakout as well.
Great. So then we would be able to see actually who participated, or which schools participated.
Yeah, you won't see the names of the individuals. That'll be sort of masked, but you'll see elementary versus middle versus high. And then, question about drilling down into the school level, I'll double check on that.
I just want to make sure that our parents had a voice at that as well, because I think that's important to know that it's not just the principal filling it out, that it's both parents of the SACs and principals working on that. The second question I have is BFO. We've been doing this now for I think 6 or 7 years, and when we're budgeting for outcomes, there is the ask for the budget, and with the expectation that it once again ties to the strategic plan. The question I have is, do we go back and evaluate that investment that was made or that allocation that was made actually provided for the desired outcome or the desired work that was expected? And are there some cases where we say we should stop doing this because it's not working, and we can redeploy elsewhere? I just want, when we're doing budgeting for outcomes, understanding exactly what those outcome expectations are and whether or not they were realized. And if not, how do we redeploy resources differently then, so that if it's not working over here, we can maybe put it over here. And I haven't seen how we do that work. And maybe that's someplace in the spreadsheet, but that would be helpful to know, because if we're starting to have a diminishing of income, we need to be thinking about how we redeploy resources if they're not really benefiting what we thought it was going to do. Do we have that?
Yeah, fair question. So the renewal forms will include different departments' assessment of their own work per the outcomes they've previously articulated. I think it gets to be, a tricky question when we're talking about like how do we renew the transportation budget? Sort of how do we measure efficacy? I mean, especially in a moment where we're sort of under delivering the service that we think kids need, right? So in terms of reevaluating, those component parts of our operation that are kind of ongoing in a sense and necessary, it's tricky. I do think in other places it's easier to pull data. So I think, for example, in the ERD budget, you will see, and in the form they submit, you will see reference to specific studies around why this is the right thing to do, or, et cetera. One thing we don't capture exactly in the current process that I am curious about is we don't, the finance team doesn't collect a lot of information from our chiefs about what things they've stopped doing because they were evaluated and ineffective. And I think there's room for improvement there for sure.
I might add a little bit. I think that you also saw in the pie charts that so much of our funding goes into our schools. And we've talked with the audit committee and the FOC a little bit about this issue of, I'm asking questions around what is the investment. It's just a fair question, I think. What is the investment from the 2018 mill levy override in mental health supports? What impact is it having on student social emotional, well-being? It's hard to track and monitor that when we, honestly, we struggle to even identify which school has what resources. We are so decentralized in our SBB model, and because we are not necessarily aligned to the state chart of accounts, let me rephrase that. Because we are not using the state chart of accounts, we have a very difficult time pulling data that tells us clearly what resource is where so that we can align maybe a data source of possible outcome to where the resources are being deployed. That's a real challenge right now. It's a challenge for me as I'm working with Brenna, David, others around strategic planning to say, how would we measure this and what data would we need? So I think we're going to have some big work to do around data integrity so that we can answer some questions that you all are going to want to ask, and we frankly would love to answer.
Other questions? Ms. Reed.
I was just curious about the last slide in your appendix, and it says that our total budgeted FTE has declined, but the budgeted FTE count from the general fund has increased. So I'm wondering if you can delineate those for me a little more clearly and tell me what's driving that increase in the general fund.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Reed, for sharing that in advance, because it takes a bit to crunch the numbers. So the graph actually helps, and you're looking at this one, so let me put it up on the slide for members of the public to see as well. Okay, and what we're saying here is that overall, we went from a little around, the total's not there, let's say 9,700 to just like 9,400-ish. I'm just eyeballing it. Total FTEs, but the general fund part increased. So we did dig into the numbers, and some of the story is actually told by that orange bar right there. So it says capital, enterprise, internal funds, and also the green bar, the special revenue funds. You see those declining, and particularly that special revenue fund, the green one. We moved a bunch of our folks, our support professionals from IDEA into general fund because IDEA essentially shrank. Isn't that right? And so more of our SPED paraprofessionals and support professionals are now coming out of the general fund. So we continue to have the position, but the funding source changed in that particular piece. And then our budget books have at the back a table that does show over time all these different FTE counts. And so you can see other things, but a large portion of that increase right there is related to that one shift in funding.
Great. Other questions?
On slide 11, I think first I think it would be you have the one-time and recurring that makes up the 21 million. Just I know you said you're going to continue to explain that. It would be helpful to know what that split is of one-time versus recurring. But I have kind of a bigger question that I'm hopeful will help us think about as we go forward in the thinking about the budget. So 21 million, I recall from another session, that we heard that like a 3% raise for ESPs was about 20 million. And I think we all realize the budget is finite. So when we gain something, we have to give something up. And I wonder in a request like this, and this is my first time thinking about this, how should we be thinking about this? How do we know what we have to give up to fund this $21 million request going forward and other requests similar in size or greater or less as we make these funding decisions?
So great question. In part, you kind of rely on us to do some analyses and give you some different options. And we will clarify. I think, so your first part of your question was recurring versus one-time. Off the top of my head, I think it's roughly like a 13 million recurring, 8-ish million one-time. Brian's going to pull up the spreadsheet, I can just tell. And I can double check that figure. And so the good news is we will be able to potentially meet some of our requests using one-time funds, right? Which is, again, a good thing. But some of them will increase budgets over time. And so then that gets to your trade-off question. So it's really interesting how the process plays out. We've asked each, department to effectively prioritize their requests for us because they are the experts. And likewise with schools, right? They're having to prioritize their resources to what's most important. And so what you end up receiving reflects the best thinking of all those folks before you even get it, if that makes sense. In terms of what to stop doing, we did not, and we aren't necessarily teeing up significant cuts this year. And so I think the things that we have stopped doing have already been sort of reappropriated into another use. So I think it may be for next budget cycle, if the board directs, that we would bring forward significant recommendations about things to stop doing.
Okay, great. Never mind.
Sorry, just on the community engagement survey, I wondered in all of the work going forward to engage community, our town halls and our other opportunities, if we can integrate some really intentional question or line of question into those opportunities. Because I really appreciate actually not trying to reduce the survey response burden for our families. And we won't get enough response if we do that. So I didn't know if that was a place where we could incorporate some of our questions, and it would align really well with talking about thriving school and things like that. And I actually, in the SAC discussion, as a parent, I just wanted to comment that some schools that my kids are at, sent the SAC survey out to the entire school community. So it's not just the committee. Sometimes the whole school population got to answer the survey as well. So it's a really large group in some cases, and then other schools, it's just the small committee, and some of those are one person. So it's a good question, and I think really different across the district. Yeah.
Ms. Parker, do you have any questions?
Thank you. I have two questions. First one, I think I know the answer to because I supported general accounting software, but what would it take? What kind of effort to switch to the state chart of accounts?
I'm just so proud of our superintendent for talking about the chart of accounts, which is not something that everyone brings up, late in the evening as a exciting strategic priority. It would take at least like an 18-month planning and implementation horizon because of the far-reaching impacts to everything we do.
And then my next question has to do with slide number 17. Maybe you could bring it up. It's this.
Yep, absolutely.
Yes. As I said, down south where I am, some of the schools are facing the opposite end, if you will, of student enrollment. And so the student-based budgeting or school-based budgeting has come up in several of my visits. So in that middle green person, there were two things that came up as I was talking to principals trying to struggle with lowering their enrollment. And one of them was this equity factor. And I have this little chart that says once you get over, for middle schools, it was, 741 students. Once you get over that number, then you subtract $110 per student. And then it just bumps up more per student as you get higher. So that's a problem for this school. And the other problem that was mentioned by the principal is that there was the 5% increase in the staff and the salaries that they had to contend with. And they're a large school. They have a lot of staff, a lot of teachers. So the question that I have is, for their budgeting, the SBB budgeting, is it purely based on that per pupil number that we see? Is that all the money they get for them to do their budget on, choosing their programs and their staff, or is there any other money put into their budget? So that's one part of this question. And the second one is, what can we do, or can we, if we want to, as a high priority for the board, to increase staff pay, but not have it hit the schools in a large way because we've decided to increase the benefits for their staff?
So I'm going to take your second question and let Brian answer your first one around the SBB specifically. We are all the same system. And so anytime we adjust something, inevitably it adjusts, right? And so if we increase compensation, that burden is shared by the entire system. There's no way, there's no set of funds somewhere that we aren't using that we could somehow use to do something that wouldn't be felt throughout the system. Does that make sense?
But we could move funds. I mean, we could decide that staff salary is a high priority and something else is a lower priority, and we could eliminate something if we could find something to eliminate.
So when there is an increase in compensation, so from last year to this year, there was a sizable increase in compensation. Schools were held harmless for that.
Held harmless? How?
So because we weren't sure what the comp package was going to be, they had already gone through their SBB budget process with a set SBB amount per student that then wouldn't afford them the average teacher salary that we then negotiated. So we had a pot of funds set aside in advance to pay for that.
Okay, so a hold harmless concept is still available if something happened and we wanted to increase compensation for whatever reason because we can't retain people in positions.
We try to make sure that schools retain the same buying power in terms of FTEs. I think, again, the squeeze point that I think everyone's feeling about not being able to fund all the positions they want, or I think part of your question was, again, about the size factor and the fact that some schools have their SBB reduced because they're larger to fund the subsidy that flows into our small schools. And so we're very transparent about that. We don't pretend that, again, there's subsidy money without taking something away. So the system reflects that, what you're saying exactly, which is we sometimes have to take in order to give. And when it comes to compensation, we do our best, but it is ultimately the same big pot.
So along those lines, then, it seems like the FTE calculation, whether it's 8,000 per student, 9,000 per student, whatever it is something that needs to increase drastically in order for us to be able to bring compensation up to what I would consider a correct level.
And I do hope to try and give you, again, a multi-year forecast so you can see how even applying certain increases to PPR may not necessarily deliver the additional revenue that we need to do that.
It's a real problem, I think.
It is a real problem.
And,
But the first part of your question I want to let Brian answer was, is SBB the only thing?
Hello. So there are other revenue streams that come in. If, for example, if some schools are unable to have a perfect pairing of AMPs, there will be some AMP gifts that do get out to the schools that are not necessarily allocated in this SBB. Some schools might have additional administration. There might be called a budget assistance allocation in these certain schools. So there are other things that aren't necessarily in SBB allocated on this sheet. And title funds are not on here, all grant funds.
Great. And then finally, I know we're studying SBB, and that's great. I heartily support that because I am thinking we have some improvements we could make. But my question is, until we got a good survey and a good recommendation of how and if to change our SBB procedures, what can we do as a board or as a district, say, just to make modifications to these numbers that are being used right now that are either added or subtracted from a school?
At this point, the school-based budgets have been allocated, and the principals have already made,
And I know for next year, I get that. I mean,
okay.
just for the year after or something. At what point could we, or could, the question is, can we?
Yes.
Make adjustments.
Absolutely.
Thanks. And, you all approved a contract in February for ERS, Educational Resource Strategies. That is the group that is going to be coming in, and I think taking a really deep look at our SBB model and helping us answer some of the really reasonable questions that I think you're asking, Ms. Parker. I will also say that this issue of some schools having to pay back, other schools receiving, is a typical process in an SBB model. I am more used to it being a process by which it's more the money following the students in a reconciliation process once we shore up actual enrollment in the fall, which we do also, I believe. Yes. And I think I have a lot of questions about this size-based equity factor and the small schools ad. And I think what it's done is it has created somewhat of a divide between larger schools and smaller schools, which is not healthy right now. And it has created somewhat of like gross incentives to manage enrollment in a way that I don't believe puts students first and families first. And just so you know, I have started a conversation with our cabinet team about that because it's really troublesome to me just from my core of why I do this work, which is to serve students and families. And so we're having conversations about that now. And I think it's going to take us a little bit of time to figure it out. But if there are ways for us to ensure that schools are operating in a way that's best for students and families going into next year, we're going to do that.
Great. So I just have a couple of questions because I want to be cognizant that we've got guests here for our next section. So one of my questions is when you're talking about the reduction of the averaging over time of students that we don't have that we are funded for, and you said around 30 million. So how does that 30 million for phantom students, how does that get woven into, does it get woven into SBB at all? Where does it go?
Yeah, so without that, we would not be able to afford these numbers. That's where it goes.
So our model right now is based on students that don't exist.
By $30 million.
By $30 million. I'm just trying to, make sure that the gravity of what we're talking about is out there. Great, thank you. One other question: when we looked at the slide, I forgot to write down the number, but the pie chart between elementary, middle, and high school. Can you talk a little bit about what assumptions went in there in terms of why is it that combination of numbers? Like, why is middle school looks like a redheaded stepchild, which I probably shouldn't say that either, but like why do the numbers fluctuate so greatly?
So what you're seeing is a little bit reflective of where our kids are enrolled, right? So again, because the budgets go out on a per student basis, some of this is just count. But then the factors, so switching, if you flip between this and the one we were just on, which is the factors, yes. They look like little people. You can also see that, in fact, on a per student basis, the base funding for our elementary is at $6,700, our middle is at $5,900, and our high is at $5,400. And all that has to do with scale and efficiencies of scale, and what are the positions necessary to run the school. And so when all these factors were set, when the district converted to a student-based budgeting formula, they basically looked at all the school staffing levels and tried to figure out how do we make it possible to keep doing what we were doing. And this is how we landed on these numbers many years ago.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate the sense of urgency around doing some of the work around SBB and trying to get more information around how we align that for what's best for kids in the Jeffco Thrives model. And also just to express my own personal support of in the meantime, as we are working through layers of processes that are going to make some pretty significant, potentially only in the positive changes for the experiences of our kids, that we're supporting schools because they are doing everything we've asked them to do. And as we make changes and move forward, I don't want to leave anyone floundering. So, yeah. All right, we're going to go ahead and move forward unless someone needs to take a break. This time I will ask. Great, thank you both so much for your work. Our final public presentation today is an update on literacy. Welcome to you all. We have allocated 30 minutes for this presentation and dialogue as our friends make their way to the front. In this conversation, information will be shared regarding progress toward ensuring the use of high-quality, comprehensive core resources for literacy in elementary schools, and included will be a summary of the pilot program and an overview of the next steps for the next school year. For our audience, we had prior discussions as a board on this topic on February 4th and December 15th, 2021. Superintendent Dorland, do you have anything to add before we turn it over to Ms. Nicothodis for introductions?
No, I'm anxious and excited for this presentation, and so I'm going to pass it right along.
All right, Ms. Nicothodis, the floor is yours.
We hope to not disappoint. Good evening, members of the board. Superintendent Dorland, Renee Nicothodis, Chief Academic Officer, and we're happy to be here to provide you with a literacy update tonight. As you may know, research has shown that one of the best ways to dramatically improve student learning and engagement is to provide teachers with high-quality instructional materials, but also the support they need to use those resources well. And so the team you see here at the table tonight is working in collaboration with many others to promote the use of excellent resources across Jeffco schools for literacy instruction. So during this presentation, you're going to hear about the implementation and the support for the pilot program of HMH's Into Reading and Arriba La Lectura in 24 of our schools this year. We're also going to preview where we're headed for next school year in 22-23 to ensure all of our Jeffco elementary teachers have access to high quality, standards aligned instructional materials. So we're really excited to share that with you. Before we get started though, I do want to hand it off and have each member of our team here introduce themselves and their role.
Good evening, Jeff Fujita, Executive Director, Curriculum and Instruction.
Kim Ballantyne, Assistant Director, Curriculum and Instruction.
Good evening, Jennifer Steele, Director of Literacy and Social Studies. Catherine Baldwin Johnson, Director, ESL Dual Language.
Can you hear me? Christina Harris, K-12 Literacy Coordinator. And Folsom Elementary ELA TOSA.
April Thompson, Literacy Coordinator.
There we go. All righty. Well, thank you for your time this evening. The very first topic that we want to speak to you about tonight is the implementation study that's taking place around implementing interreading and Arriba La Lectura in 24 of our Jeffco elementary schools. And before we even speak to the work that's taking place right now, we just wanted to remind ourselves, even before we start this conversation, that the work that we do is in service to our students. And one of the best ways that we can reach our One of the best ways that we can to reach our students, obviously, is through our professional educators and building them in ways that, regardless of the resource that ends up in a teacher's hands, that they are masterful educators in growing our students as readers, writers, and communicators. So, Mrs. Nicothotis already talked about why we are focusing on high quality resources. And one of the very first reasons for us was equity. We knew that there is such variability in resources across our system that not every student had access to high quality texts and lessons and supports that come with high quality resources. So equity was a concern for us. We also really wanted to ensure that our dual language schools and students and our non-dual schools and students both had an opportunity to have a robust literacy and learning experience in ways that that continue to build biliteracy in our students across their elementary school years and into the secondary school, and to make sure that the resources that were being used in English also supported the development of Spanish literacy in our students. So many of you know the robust review process that we held last school year. And during that time, we actually reviewed multiple resources from a variety of vendors. The number one reason why several of our resources were actually removed from the process at that time is because they did not have a dual language component, and that really was a stance that we took as a literacy department to really say that we need to select resources that represent all students and literacy for all students. We did also look into the rubrics from the Colorado Department of Education from their Colorado Read Act, and we spent some time reviewing the reports in Ed Reports about each of the resources they went through. And in the end, we selected Interreading and Arriba La Lectura and invited 22 of our schools to join us for our dual language schools. The other two schools to round out the 24 are two schools that had just previously started implementing interreading. So we pulled them together so that we would be together in that process.
So as we move forward, we want to talk a little bit just about the implementation logistics and what the timeline was in connection with this. So during the 1920 school year, we really started looking at all of the proficiency scales and worked to develop those proficiency scales. And I think through that work is where we really began to say, wow, we don't have the same resources across our district, and it's going to be really hard to implement these proficiency scales at a level equal across all buildings when we don't have a common resource. And so then during the 2021 school year, we continued to work on those proficiency scales. We updated the iCali, which is our internal literacy documents, and really began that process of looking at a core resource while our teachers began the process of beginning the 45 hours of the required training from the state. This school year, we've implemented, again, as Jen just stated, Cohort 1, 24 schools. We also began to look at John Hopkins information about knowledge maps and how that impacted different resources, aligned those proficiency scales to the HMH resources, We began to have monthly meetings with our instructional coaches, weekly principal emails that went out. So we began that line of communication. And tomorrow at noon, we'll be finishing our second RFP for additional literacy resources. This slide shows how we're supporting our schools this year. These are the 24 schools that are involved in our initial implementation pilot. Our TOSAs, our teachers on special assignments, and our resource teachers from our dual language department support our schools, and you can see how each one of them supports 8 or 9 schools. And they work with these schools very closely with both the teachers, the principals, and the coaches. They're out in buildings frequently. They've been out teaching lessons, observing lessons, and working side by side with both into reading staff and with our school staffs. This is some of the things that are happening. So we have 3 different categories. One is we say HMH products. That's really Into Reading. HMH is the publisher of Into Reading. So there are teacher materials, student materials with consumables and digital licenses, and then lots and lots of services from HMH, including getting started sessions that seemed like a million years ago, back in August when it was nice and hot out. And then across the year, we've had HMH coaches in our buildings and then some remote, and then follow-up sessions. And I think one of the best things that Into Reading has, we call it ED. It's this coach, this leader corner access, but it's an on-demand professional development where they can go to a website and say, I want to learn about this product. This product looks interesting to me. Resource looks interesting to me, but I need to understand more about it. There might be a video, there might be additional information that they can read about the product, but teachers get it right in the moment that they want it. And then Jeffco, our team, our teachers on special assignment and our resource teachers have that ongoing instructional coach meetings and learnings. We've created crosswalk documents. I know even the READ team has worked to say these are interventions that will work well with this particular core resource. Updating those modules and units, looking at the proficiency scales, again, those TOSA walkthroughs, and just that individual meeting with teachers when they're having a question and they really need that information, and really providing that just-in-time professional development.
And of course, I just have to say, it's really exciting for us to talk about the work, knowing that the team is here, who is the team that's implementing this work side by side. And I'm certain that you'll be able to hear from them as you ask some questions and they're able to share about the ongoing work that's taking place. So let's take a look at some of the successes around this implementation so far. When we had recently met with principals, one of the most frequent comments was, oh my gosh, our TOSAs and our resource teachers, those teachers on special assignment, have been so supportive of our schools. They're there when we need them, whether it's a phone call away or an email, or whether the central team colleagues are in their buildings during a full day coaching opportunity with the HMH instructional coaches. So over and over again, we hear that support is so highly valued, because a resource is a resource until you put it in the hands of an educator, and then that educator grows in their efficacy and their craftsmanship. We also really spent some time this year looking at the Jeffco proficiency scales, which are the Colorado academic standards that we've paced learning progressions for. And those Jeffco proficiency scales have been side by side with the planning that teachers are engaging in. We've aligned those to the modules and the units within this particular resource, and we're seeing really promising practices that are taking place, aligning those Colorado academic standards right next to the resource that's there in the teacher's hands. And I heard us talk about data just in the last presentation, and the impact and how variable the inputs are around data that we're collecting. But this is some data that we were able to access for this year, and we continue to monitor. One of those areas of data is really around professional learning and the hours that teachers or instructional coaches that are dual language teachers are receiving ongoing professional learning and support from this team in collaboration with the publisher. We are supporting 288 classroom teachers through this process. And that has been such a gift to us, and we are hearing from them that it's a gift to them as well. But that really helps us build that empathy for teachers about what's happening on a daily basis in their classrooms. What are they facing? What's happening with kids? And we wouldn't be able to do that without that direct connection to our classrooms. We're also tracking system access, and that is the digital system access for students. And it's really been interesting to watch those numbers grow almost exponentially. In the very beginning, teachers and students were just trying to learn the resources and the components and try assign assignments here and there or digital text to students here and there. And students have full access to all of the texts that are in that resource in their own digital license, so they can access those, the books and the stories and the poems, and they can access those inside and outside of the classroom. So it's been nice for us to just see 186,940 times that our students have accessed the system. Tells us that that's a growing resource that is in demand from our students as well as their teachers.
So what's that future time?
Sorry.
It's okay. What's that future timeline look like? So beginning with this new RFP that will close tomorrow, we're beginning the process of now bringing a core resource to all of our neighborhood schools next year. All of them will come on board for the 22-23 school year. And then option schools also will be taking a look at that and making one that fits best with them. Cohort 1 will continue. Those 24 schools will continue into year 2 and will really act as models for our cohort 2 schools. They'll begin really looking at writing beyond just reading. They've dabbled in the writing this year, but I know they all are really excited about taking that on as more of a focus now that they have some of the reading under their belt. And then for cohort 2, we'll begin that process of approval of those additional literacy resources. Schools now will be able to begin that process of looking and analyzing and deciding which of the approved core resources make sense for them. They'll be purchased and shipped, and we're hoping to get them into schools in May so that they can be ready to go home with teachers. We know how teachers love to sit outside and sit on their patio and read those teachers' editions, or at the pool. Hopefully not the pool, it might get wet. But be able to look at those over the summer, and then we'll have one date in May where we do kind of an introductory training way at the end. May 26th, I think, is the date. And then August 10th, 11th, and 12th, all teachers will attend a 2-hour training where they'll get that kickoff, and we'll begin cohort 2 and that process of bringing all schools on board with the CDE approved core resource. So again, we want to keep that same level of support. We know that that has been something that's been really successful with cohort 1. So bringing on with cohort 2, about halfway through the year this year, we heard from teachers loud and clear that there were 3 resources that we didn't make the initial purchase of. And those were the vocabulary cards, the guiding principles, and then the benchmark assessment kits. And so halfway through the year, with some underspend that we had, we went ahead and purchased those for cohort 1. We'll be purchasing those as the initial package with cohort 2. But again, they will have products, services from HMH, and then support from the district. And so we'll be moving forward and providing all those same supports for all schools moving forward.
So we're back to data again, and just thinking about the types of data that we're now realizing that we have access to through this this ed platform for interreading and Arriba La Lectura. So this pie chart that's here is not based on 100% of our students in those 24 schools, but based on out of teacher and student choice, which assignments have been assigned, which types of assignments have been assigned, and which have been completed. And so once again, it's a little different from student achievement data, but it is data for us to track because that helps us have those robust conversations with teachers about the types of assessments or types of assignments and assessments that are being assigned to students and used with our students, and the type of feedback that they're receiving, the type of feedback our students are receiving on their own learning, and how we can use that information to help students set goals and to help teachers address the immediate needs of students in their day-to-day teaching and learning. One, again, of the data points that we're watching is digital and print material usage, because once again, all of those texts are available to every one of our students through that ed platform. We are, okay. Okay, so we want to...
I want to give you guys time to ask questions since we're kind of given you've heard lots of information, so we want you to be able to ask those important questions.
Great, thanks so much. I appreciate the presentation. Board members, who would like to begin in terms of questions or dialogue around our literacy rollout and resource? Ms. Parker.
Thank you so much for this presentation and for all your work. I have two elementary schools in my district, Coronado and Ute Meadows, and I just visited them yesterday, and they were very excited about this program. I will say that I heard that for the first couple of months, it was not enthusiastically accepted, but now they are thrilled. So thank you for all that good work. I have two questions about it. One, you're talking about going out for an RFP for additional resources, so there could be options. I remember thinking when I first came in that, oh my gosh, we have way too many options in our elementary schools, and was very excited that the state had come up with some approved curriculum and that we were doing this. What is your idea of how many options you think would be good for Jeffco to have available?
I can. Well, as we mentioned, the RFP will close tomorrow, and we expect to bring 2 additional resources forward for schools to choose.
Okay, and does that kind of sound good to you? 3 would be a nice number. Okay,
it's manageable.
Excellent. And then the last question I have is, for the cost of these resources, who is paying for that? Do the schools have to pay for it, or is it coming out from the...
As you heard also, what's one of the budget requests that we have is for these materials, and I think that right now we're looking at general fund dollars to do that, but I would have to ask Brenna because I know she's looking at some different sources of funding as well to make sure that we can do this for literacy and for math.
I think Brenna should just jump in and talk about where we're at. I think we actually believe we can afford this out of this year's appropriated budget.
Great, thanks.
So, and Brenna can give more context to that. She's working on it.
Oh, there we go. So particularly for literacy, which we have the best cost estimates for, and we're furthest along in the procurement process, we do think that we'll be able to shift some funds around out of general fund, in part because of this supplemental that we just received, to cover the resources. Alternately, we could potentially shift funds in the ESSER 3 budget, but we want to be cautious about that because we did put together a budget and we're still trying to launch the work. So there are a couple different options to cover that. I think math, we need to continue to work to identify the source for.
I might just add a little bit. We do believe that, there is an annual expense in terms of subscription and consumables. And we do believe that over time that is going to need to be supported by SBBs. So that'll be something that we're working with ERS to make sure they know that that's something we want built into our model in terms of schools being able to sustain the program that they've adopted. And so the district possibly, this is like sort of a mental model of where we might end up. The district being in a place where it can afford an initial investment for the materials, and then the school being in a place where over time it can afford the consumables. So that's one thing to note. And then the other thing I would just say to add on to what Ms. Nicothodes shared about multiple options, I believe that that model will make it so that we actually have fewer disparate programs in our district. And I believe that we will be able to speak to you more about the 3 or so options that we're thinking about once this RFP closes, because the RFP is more about pricing. And so I think that it will align to what some of our schools are already doing, and programs that have already been in some of our schools that aren't necessarily using the HMH into reading. And then I also think one of the things we have to think closely about and thoughtfully about as we look at which programs might be on that list is cost, so that one program isn't greatly outweighing costs of another program that we also think is good. So that's something else we've been talking about. And then finally, I would, there was one more thing I wanted to say. Inevitably, there will be a school, whether we have 3 or 5 or 7 options, and I think 7's too many. So does Ms. Nicothodes, and she gets to decide because she's CAO. But there will be a school that doesn't want to use one of those, right? And I do anticipate us having some sort of process where there may be an exception or an opportunity for a school to, go off the ranch and do what they want to do, because I think there are occasions where there needs to be an exception. That being said, I do believe that any school that wants to do that is going to need to meet a standard and explain themselves and why the program they want to use is as good or better than what the district has adopted, and what circumstances within that school is leading them down that path that can be convincing. And so one of the things that Ms. Nicothodes and I have talked about, Dr. Kim and I have talked about, is we need process and procedure and common forms and approval authorities for things like that, not to be bureaucratic and make it hard for schools, but so that we can assure that every school in Jeffco aligns to the vision of a thriving school in relation to high quality, standards aligned materials. And so I just want to put that on the table, because I do expect some places to say to us, I don't want one of these 3. And so we're going to have to talk about, what do we do then? And I think oftentimes what's happened in our district is that we've just said no. And then people go do what they want to do anyway. And it's led to a lot of disparate resources, a lot of disparate practices, instead of us finding a just right balance between systemness and school-based autonomy. And I think this process of requesting a different thing than what has been approved, with thoughtful analysis and conversation with a site and approval from folks who get it and understand the standards and best practice, is a structure and a system where we're trying to find that just right balance. So I just am previewing that for you all, because I think that is something that's probably going to happen in the next 6 months or so.
Thanks for that. So just a final comment, since it was mentioned about in the future, maybe math curricula standardization. I heard from my middle school principals that that's one of the areas that is most difficult for them when kids come in, especially for my principal has 5 feeder schools, or even with choice, we've got them coming from a lot of schools, that they have to spend an awful lot of time just coming back to having a common term for different math, phrases and formulas and whatever. So I am a big proponent of doing a similar thing for math curriculum.
Okay. Would anyone else like to? Well, actually, I have a question. In what time frame do you anticipate that we should be able to say these student learning outcomes are attributable to that? There's been a change made with student learning outcomes, because I know it's not like, from beginning of the year to mid-year map testing, we should see it, right? But what can you give us a sort of expectation management around what that could look like?
I think that by next year, hopefully, by mid-year, that we should be able to see some type of impact data. That's my hope. It certainly is going to be dependent on fidelity of implementation, the support we're able to continue to provide to our cohort 1 schools. Those would be the schools we would be looking at, because we would have this cohort 2 just bringing the resource on. So we'll be watching that closely.
Thank you. Does anyone else have questions? Ms. Sparta?
I just want to say thank you, and I think this is like a game changer for our district. And being in the schools, the teachers are so excited about this. I mean, and like, I think as a parent, I'm glad, like, my kids will experience, this change too. I have a couple of questions. The TOSAs, will they be paid for with the funding that we just discussed? Or what part of the budget do they come from? Because I've even heard in the schools the teachers say our TOSAs are so great. I hope I'm saying that right. Is it TOSA? So I didn't know if that's part of what we were talking about with the request for resources.
So currently the TOSAs come out of our general fund and curriculum and instruction. And so these 3 are currently funded through that. Next year, we have a TOSA joining us from leave, and they will also be assigned to the elementary team as well. So we'll have 4 TOSAs from the general fund that are currently funded to support all the schools for elementary literacy.
And one of the things I also was excited about, and I think the schools is the resource coming from the district, from the system. And I just heard you say, Superintendent Dorland, that might only be temporary, and then we'll have to roll it into the SBB. No, did you not say that?
I can clarify.
Okay.
The initial purchase of the materials, and I believe actually the first year of the consumables and subscriptions, is that what we call it? Yeah, the licenses will come from the district. Once you have the materials are, most of the cost of the materials are a one-time expense, because once you have the materials, you have the materials. However, like for example, back in the day when I was teaching math, I had to get new workbooks for my students every year. And so those workbooks were a minimal part of the initial investment that was annual. And so that is the consumables part. And it's the annual subscription. Now it's not just a workbook, it's an online subscription to really cool, awesome things that teachers and kids can do online. So it's both subscription and then maybe some consumables that are usable every year. And then the schools will over time be, most likely, if they can afford it, and hopefully they will as we do some work with SBB, and majority of them probably can now, they would be investing in those consumables annually. But the one-time large investment in the materials is a commitment from the district.
Okay, thank you. I mean, just as a board member, I would love to prioritize, supporting the schools as much as possible on this, because some of the schools that, especially these schools in the Arvada area that we talked about earlier that don't have these resources, will say they sometimes because they can't afford them. And so from an equity perspective, I think the continuing support of whatever part of it, that when you just said hopefully they can afford it, I just think to be consistent, I just want to say that I have support that. The last thing, the data that you showed, it's utilization data, and it was good to see. I guess I did expect some connection to something that, and I know we haven't been doing our testing. I also don't know that that's the right the right outcome measure for this. I was kind of surprised today just not to see anything that linked progress or showed us any outcome measure. And then, Ms. Schooley, sorry, I couldn't think, I'm so sorry, mentioned, the lag that it'll take for us to get that. But so anyways, I just was hopeful, especially knowing coming into this that we had Johns Hopkins, working on this. I don't understand the heat map presentation.
We can talk about that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and so I don't know what we've learned from the Johns Hopkins study, aside from utilization, and I am hopeful to understand better how we're measuring outcomes going forward.
Jen, will you walk them through the heat map and how to interpret that and how we're using that?
Yes, absolutely. I'm not sure why it's not moving, but here's it off. Let's look on how many. Nope, I think we're.
Can I add a question while you're doing this? What was the expectation from Johns Hopkins that we get from this study? What was the
What was the application? What was the expectation? Oh, yes. So with Johns Hopkins University, they have a novel way of looking at literacy resources these days, and that it wasn't us. And I'm going to lose my train of thought. And that novel way is to look at the texts that are embedded in a literacy resource and consider the knowledge that those texts are building for students over time. So what Johns Hopkins has done is we provided them with both digital and print texts from each of the resources that we have been reviewing. And they have a team of researchers who went through each of those resources and the texts and looked at a set criteria of knowledge that we expect students to gain over their educational career and as they move on into adulthood. So, is it working? Okay. So, Johns Hopkins took the time with their, thank you. Oh, keep going. One. All right. Stop. There we go. So the way that you read a heat map, because that's what you were specifically asking about, and what they have done is they provided us with heat maps for each of those criteria of knowledge and evaluated the texts that are embedded within that resource. And not just any text would make it. So if we're looking here under the concept of communities, and we're looking at professions within a community, and we're looking at kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth, fifth grade, and those texts, it wasn't enough just to mention communities or community helpers or professions within a community. They really had to build knowledge around that topic. And so just like with most of other heat maps where you really don't see color, there was an absence of text around those topics in that grade level. But the darker the blue tells us there's a scale that speaks to the number of texts within that resource at that grade level that helps actually build knowledge for students as they're engaging in those texts.
So to clarify, what Johns Hopkins is, they evaluated the resource, not the effectiveness of the resource?
They did, yes. Yes, that's correct. And it is a new way of looking at a resource. And I can say that the way that we're right now using this information isn't so much to select one resource over another, but if we're thinking about disciplinary literacy, so in this instance, social studies standards from Colorado Academic Standards, and we're looking at the required knowledge that students need in order to meet or exceed that standard by the end of the year, we're going to leverage the texts that are in the resource in order to continue to help students build knowledge in other content areas or other areas of learning or thinking. So science and social studies are a place where we are just starting to kind of crack open the science and social studies curriculum and making some of those connections to the heat maps and the texts that are in those maps. But the other thing that we're doing is just really thinking through, what does it mean to be literate as a historian? What does it mean to be literate as a scientist, as a biologist? And how do these texts help build that identity and that knowledge in our students? So that is what that's what the knowledge maps do for us. They also reviewed each of the resources just overall around the knowledge that they build and shared with us some highlights for each of the resources, and then some areas where we might be lacking in that knowledge building text area, and gave us some additional examples of where we might be able to find text to support that. So that's the work with Johns Hopkins so far.
So what have they found? Like, is this a good heat map? Like, does this show good stuff in communities? Is that enough blue? Is it dark enough? And what if it's not? I'm just curious.
You want to answer that, Ann?
So they were
clear to say that it's not a value judgment. It's not that this is good or bad. This is simply the content that exists. And their categories, their knowledge domains aren't connected to standards. They're not connected certainly to Colorado academic standards. Instead, it's a base of knowledge that originated a long time ago, and it is there are categories of knowledge domains. And so for our connections to science and social studies, that's what our colleagues are really working to do. But it's just a matter of acknowledging. So some of this communities is a pretty easy one to use, but some of the other categories, for example, there aren't very many texts in our HMH resources about early American civilizations or about Roman empires, or like those are some of the categories in there. And so when we look at that, it's not that we would expect there to be. We weren't surprised that there aren't kindergarten texts about that. So it's really just to provide information, not to say good or bad, but there isn't information about that. And so if that's something we wanted to build knowledge about, we'd have to supplement it in other places.
Then what is your assessment after looking at the heat maps for this resource? Is this good enough for our Jeffco kids?
And they say that it's good enough. So in the summary reports, there's a couple parts of the knowledge maps. These summary reports, which you guys have access to all of those as well. They say that it's good enough, that it is strong at building knowledge, and it acknowledges here's the areas where it's strong, and here's the areas that have a medium or moderate knowledge building, and then here's the areas where it's not as strong in knowledge building, and then they make a couple of recommendations, and that's kind of where our science and social studies colleagues were helping us in making those connections too.
I think one thing that I would add is that the knowledge building is really about supporting students with background knowledge. Not all students come to learning and with the same amount of knowledge, and life and the world are filled with so many different topics and expectations around what students should come ready to already know and be able to do in school. And so one of our greatest hopes is that we are building a base of background knowledge for students by leveraging the text that they're using in their reading, writing, speaking, listening.
So I just have a follow-up question. So then what is the process for then kind of mining through what's in these resources and then creating the connection to content standards?
Those are the next steps for our team. So if you think about curriculum and instruction, we're going to start with those core content areas of science and social studies. And right now, through the lens of disciplinary literacy, our coordinator there is looking at the units of study and the Colorado academic standards that are required for students to meet or exceed in our science and social studies units, and then side by side with the texts that are embedded in the literacy resources, and then the information here from the knowledge map. So we're trying to pull all of those pieces together. It's really in an infant place. We just haven't had this information for very long, and so, but we know it's important and it's work that we want to do in support of kids.
Yeah, we received the reports in February.
Yes.
Sorry, say that one more time.
We received the Johns Hopkins reports in February. Yeah. And we did look at data, different data sources. Just so you know, we did try to pull impact data from the implementation, but it's just so it was 4 months into it by the time we had mid-year data, and there's so many variables that have impacted implementation this year: teacher absences, lack of subs, quarantines, or all the things that were happening again to disrupt learning. So it's really hard to draw that really direct through line from mid-year map or Acadience data to the resource itself. So,
Ms. Reed?
So I just want to clarify something about my understanding with the knowledge piece, is that it's not really the heat maps. It's not really that it's so important that these resources that we're using cover these areas, as it is important for teachers to know what students already know, because that impacts their ability to understand what they're reading. If you're reading something and you don't have the core knowledge that you need to understand even what they're talking about, if you're reading a story that is set in colonial America and there are basic things you don't know about colonial America, you can read the words, understand the individual words, and still not understand the text because you don't have the context for it. So it seems to me that the knowledge map is really more helpful in knowing where the gaps are in student knowledge when they come in so that they can use the texts more efficiently or more effectively. Does that sum it up?
I'm going to ask, I don't think that is. The knowledge map, as I understand it, is looking at the resources that you have, not what the child is coming in with, right? I mean,
It's just saying if it's not already in there, these are things you're going to need to flesh out.
so by third grade, if I haven't had the following things introduced to me, my ability to understand something in third grade because I don't have that background knowledge.
Right, and you're not going to get it from
Got
this
it. Okay, I just wanted to
So
make
as
sure
the
that,
teacher, you're going to have to get that somewhere else because it's not in
right, exactly, but not the child's
Right.
issue, so to speak. Yeah, okay.
Yep, Ms. Miller.
So I need a little clarity, please. Last spring, we had a list of schools that were using different resources. One of them was the ones that you're speaking about right now. And then we had 3 or 4 other schools that were using Wit and Wisdom, or 3 other schools using something else. You just told me the cohort of 24, we had 288 students, and we're going, or teachers, I'm sorry, teachers with at 24 schools. 2 of those schools had already been using this resource, correct? So I would think that we'd be able to see something from those 2 schools that would be able to show us, hey, based on this work that you've done, this is where we are. So I think we would have more than just 4 months or 5 months of study, right? We would have from those 2 schools how they did. And so that would be helpful to be able to say, how are those schools doing and benchmarking against what we expect them to have, right? What did these guys promise us, and did we get it? And to me, that's something we should be thinking about very carefully when we're talking about pilots and then going out and investing in more money. The second question I have is, you said that you're bringing in another cohort, and that would be bringing in all of the other elementary schools. Is that correct?
That is correct, that every school will be implementing or continuing to implement a CDE-approved comprehensive core literacy resource.
Right, but my understanding from some of the principals is that they don't have an option outside of this one that you guys have to, is that true?
Schools actually will have options. So when Renee mentioned the RFP that is closing tomorrow, that will identify 2 additional resources that schools can select from. There are
for the 22-23 school year.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so I just think principals should know that, because I've had a few principals that have told me that they don't have an option to some of the other choices. And so that was a surprise to me, because I thought we were going to be trying different pieces.
Yes.
They will. And what we're trying to flesh out right now, and we're looking at an implementation team, a broader implementation team, because what you see here are the only people
Right.
To support the implementation at the school level. And so we're looking at bringing in educator learning, our instructional coaches, our GT resource teachers, just bringing a big group of folks together that can really support implementation at the school level. So if we've got 54 schools bringing on a new resource next year, and you can see for the 24,
Right.
the load for the folks here, we'll have a few more people to help with that. But if we have 12 people choosing this resource, 15 choosing this resource, we have to flesh out how we're going to support 3 different resources during implementation. So that's what they heard, that the support may look different depending on how this breaks out and how many schools are using each resource, and then we'll have to determine implementation support.
Okay.
Does that
Ms.
make
Miller,
sense?
we did share that information with principals just this Tuesday.
Okay, because this was last week.
Yeah, so it might just be a
Okay.
timing issue. This information was shared with principals on Tuesday. And I will say we have a short runway to get this done. But we have had some recent conversations with CDE about our sense of urgency. And we believe, based on feedback from our principals, that there's a strong, and teachers, that there's a strong interest in getting resources in the hands of our educators so that they can start talking about how they're going to teach and not spend their entire planning time figuring out what. And I do think in the fall there'll be, like we saw this fall, some people overwhelmed by just a new resource, but we're working on a plan, as Ms. Nicothodes explained, to support them through that.
Yeah.
And once this RFP closes, and I think we can even in this Friday's weekly update, share with you what we're thinking about in terms of those options.
And tomorrow, once the RFP closes, we already have a communication plan for principals with the 3 options they will have, with summary documents for this containing the CDE rubric, the knowledge map for that resource and what it tells us, ed reports review. So they'll have a 1-page summary for each option that goes in depth and describes their program. It also describes differentiation supports. So we're providing a lot of different resources to support them in the selection process. Also a protocol to use with their staff to review the materials on a short timeline to try to make an informed decision around this.
Great. And so I'm going to reach over to Mr. Weiss because what I'm thinking about, are we, for articulation areas, kind of going back to, can't remember if it was Mary or somebody was talking about how many different schools are coming in. Alameda, I'm thinking of Jefferson.
Yeah. So just to maybe answer your question, because I know that some of the schools that you serve may have been told which resource they're going to use. And that was done by their community superintendent, me.
Well, actually, it was not your area,
Oh,
but,
okay.
but thanks for stepping up.
But I just want to provide some context for that because, for one, our dual language schools in particular, Into Reading is the right resource because it's available in English and Spanish and it teaches reading in Spanish. So that's the one resource really that's available to our dual language schools. Additionally, in the Alameda area, we already had a couple schools on the Into Reading pipeline, and so we're also looking at bringing Into Literature, which is the middle and high school curriculum, to Alameda Junior Senior High School. And as a result, we asked Patterson, Lasley, and Dean to jump into the Into Reading so that the entire articulation area will be using the same resource. So the language is the same, the vocabulary is the same, the work is the same. And so that was by design.
But isn't Patterson IB?
Yes, and so is Alameda, and so is
Right.
Rosestein.
So is the curriculum?
They've crosswalked the documents.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
You knew what I was going to ask. Okay, great. And then, so how many elementary school teachers will we have then that we're going to be supporting next year? And well, it's close. It is true because you're up to 54 schools from 24.
It's just over 3,000, like 3,200 teachers total.
So we're going to go from, we're going to go from 4 of you, 5 of you. No, how many are 3 of you?
And our 2 dual language resource teachers.
We also have a team of instructional coaches with, I think there's only 3 or 4 elementary schools that do not have a coach.
Okay, so the coaches will be...
They will be part of the implementation team, absolutely. It's all hands on deck for this.
Okay. How do we know we're successful? How do we measure it? What are we going to be able to say? We hit the ground, we got it done, and who do we hold accountable?
Very good question, Ms. Miller. We haven't thought through that level of detail, only informally in my mind, but I think we absolutely will need to name that criteria. We're already talking about loose and tights that we've learned from this year's implementation that we want to put forth to cohort 2 to say, these are the must-dos and these are the can-dos, but these are the things we learned this year. They're going to be the most valuable for you to implement. Okay. We're also talking about aligning the assessments and talking about the gaps that we have around assessments and progress monitoring and how these resources can provide some tools that are aligned across the district with that as well.
Okay.
This will no doubt be in the strategic plan.
Right. Yes.
And so as the team works on the action items and primary goals and in the instructional management plan, this will be a huge component of year 1, which is next year. So as you see the instructional management plan put together, you will see this in there. And I think that's the opportunity for us to determine what measures are we going to look at to indicate success. Is it MAP data? Is it looking at CMAS data from what year to what year? And this is where Dr. Eaton will be able to help us think about measurements, not just in terms of what you see here, which are implementation measures.
Right.
So many teachers did it versus what was the result for students and what do we want to look at in terms of maybe teacher perception, improvement over time. Maybe it's obviously student achievement, and indicators of success that are early indicators versus long-term indicators. And I will just call out Dr. Kim because I know that she has a strong background in data science. She's an incredibly data-driven academic leader. And so Renee has been CAO for 3 weeks, and they're working on it. But I do think this is going to be a primary initiative in year one for the strategic plan. And some of those things will come into picture in the next 4 to 8 weeks.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we have, they've told us the different ones that are providing these resources as options. Ideally, we're investing them for a reason, and that we should have an expectation of what those resources are going to be able to provide for our students. And so therefore, we should hold ourselves to that accountability and tweak it as we have to, right? Because it's not going to be perfect everywhere. I realize that, but we've got to get this. And then my other question is, we talk about, and maybe you'll already go ahead of me, but we were talking about proficiency scales, and then we're talking about Colorado standards. Thank you. That's confusing because some use the proficiency scales and some don't. And we have Colorado standards. So how do we have coherence, to use your word, to make sure that we're measuring ourselves against the same standards? So that I've looked at the proficiency scales, I've tried to follow them through, and we get to, and here's a resource. But if that resource is not what we're investing in, then that should go away to me, because then we're falling into a trap of, these are the resources that the teachers or somebody has put together, and they may not be aligned with what we're putting in place with these different options. So I just really want to be cognizant that proficiency scales seem to be a double for me for the Colorado standard. And I'd want to make sure that we're all measuring ourselves against one thing and not schools are not measuring against different criteria. Yeah, thank you. I am so glad you're here.
Yeah.
She fills my words, and that's awesome.
Another thing we've talked about developing is a protocol for planning that really outlines the sequence of things that you should be looking at. And you can't just use a resource. You've got to make sure you've got your eye on that standard and you understand the depth and complexity and the prerequisite skills they're going to need to meet that standard. And those things are embedded in the proficiency skills. But teachers should be starting with the standard, then moving to their resource to see how it then helps them meet that standard through instructional practices.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for the
May I add something to that? May I add a layer to that? Part of the thinking has to be, having had the autonomy that we've had within our system and allowing schools to make choices on everything from grading systems to curriculum and delivery models of instruction means that we do have a lot of different data sources that we have to bring together and be able to say, do we know apples can compare to oranges? Do we understand that? One of the pieces up there they talked about was they looked at some of the diagnostic information that's available within the resource that we're looking at. And it shows some of the monitoring of student progress. So that's a piece that will be consistent among those schools that are using that. Again, to your point is if we choose resource B, how do we compare those two and how do we know that they're both being effective? And that's where a data warehouse and a data dashboard system is going to help us out. Because what statisticians tend to do is turn everything into some form of a Z-score where we're able to compare those two things. And so working with Dr. Eaton, part of my work is going to be to take all the different variables of data that we have and be able to say, how do we know? And we know because we use a data dashboard and we use a data warehouse system that allows us to compare those things to know whether or not students are growing at adequate levels, at the levels that we set expectations for. And it shouldn't matter what resource. It should matter in terms of us being able to calibrate that data. And there is a way to do that.
Okay. And then going back to the resourcing, we had a price point last spring of the resource and just the human capital that is invested in this, which is the right work to be doing, no doubt. Just being able to understand what the continuing costs will be, because we invested quite a bit in math expressions a number of years back, as you all recall, and we did the investment for professional development for a year or two, and then that fell away. And some schools continued on with math expressions and some schools did not. And so we did not realize the benefit that we were supposed to realize with math expressions, is my understanding. And so I don't want that to happen. I want to make sure that we are supporting your work, but we need to have an understand what that real cost is. And it's not just the resource from what it sounds like, of course. It's all the human capital that goes into that too. So that's one thing I think we need to have an understanding of as well.
Well, I mean, and that will change over time too. It's pretty intensive this first, as the cohorts come in for the first time, and then that gradual release does eventually occur, and then there's just ongoing support. So it does vary according to where you're at in stages of implementation.
And one of the conversations that Dr. Kim, Ms. Nicothodis, and I have had is, and this is just when you move towards systemness, to some questions earlier about where do you reduce resources that aren't aligned to your strategic plan. I wouldn't use the word reduce. I would say, where do you take resources you currently have and align them to a big strategy in your strategic plan? And so this is going to be a big strategy in the strategic plan. And what the three of us have talked about is ERD and the team in ERD has to understand that as we roll through the strategic planning process. And everybody in that department is going to need to align to a big honkin' strategy in the strategic plan. Because we can't have three people doing the biggest strategy in the strategic plan in 85 elementary schools. We need the ERD team doing the strategy in 85 elementary schools, which is much bigger than the people who you see sitting here. And so we have talked about what our people, not only is your resource FTE, but your resource is time. And so how are people on the team spending time? In my work in previous districts to get improvement, every single person on the academic side of the house rearranged to focus their effort on the initiative where we were going after big goals. And it didn't mean their whole day was about it, but there was effort as a lot of people spending a lot of time around a key strategy. And so that's work that we need to do as we ramp up into next year as well.
Yeah, and I would just say with that big strategy that ERD is bringing forward, that big strategy has to also echo in those schools so that they know how critical and important it is. So the instructional coach has the time to invest with the team, and all of those components have to gel.
Yeah, which means the school leadership team needs to align to it too.
Yes.
And so we need to become coherent in our team approach to the work.
Ms. Reed, go ahead. I'm going to, one more, and then I'm going to move us along because we have about an hour. We're about an hour behind. So go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on that and ask you all, hearing that, it started out more difficult last year. What do our leadership teams and our teachers need? Like, what ideas do you have to support them, or things that you've seen that were successful to help with this big transition of 3,000 teachers getting on the same page?
There we go. Is it good now? All right. So I think at first, like you said, there was a lot of resource, like getting to figure out what do I actually have? Because there is a plethora of choices for our teachers and our students, which is exciting, right? Because we've heard so long that there isn't, I need this resource, I need to find this, I need to find this. So the first was trying to help our teachers figure out what the resources are they have in front of them. And as we went along, we've had some of our schools, teachers are wanting more time to plan with each other and check out other classrooms. So in some of our schools, they have started doing some collaboration together amongst the schools. And so that's been a success that we've had in getting kindergarten teachers from other schools together and into each other's classrooms to see each other teach right here and value our educators we have in our school district, because we have amazing educators already here. So we want to elevate them and support them in that work and continuing to grow. So that's one area that we've had principals collaborate, we've had coaches collaborate, and then we've been getting some teachers to collaborate. So that's one thing that we've been doing to support that we want to see continue on, especially with cohort 1, and then grow cohort 2 into that as well.
I was just going to add on that we have learned some lessons from cohort 1 and just timeline and getting ahead of it. I think with our projected timeline for this year, we hope to make some things that we can make happen in the spring for teachers to have some early learning, some things heading into the summer so that they can start digging into this resource. It is different than the way our bridge to curriculum units were created prior. So they're having to do some different processing. The things spiral a little bit different. Their planning process is a little bit different. So now that we understand that a little bit better, I think we can advise teachers on different planning processes using the proficiency scales for more efficiencies rather than an afterthought. We're hopeful that some of the lessons we learned with cohort 1 we can take forward to cohort 2.
And you had said, Ms. Miller, and then Ms. Parker, you alluded to it earlier, that how we measure success. And I think that the three of us would say that so far this has been successful, even though we don't have the data that we want to have yet, for lots of reasons. We didn't really have a plan because we didn't know the resource very well. We didn't have a plan in August about what sorts of data from HMH we wanted to use. Which assessments do we want to give? Because we didn't really know that much about it. We didn't really have it before our teachers did. But overall, our teachers feel successful with what they're doing. They feel more efficacious because they don't have to spend their planning time finding the great texts that they're going to use. They're beginning to think in this way of building coherence throughout a module around an essential question. We've never been able to do that before. And so, like Christina was said, building some planning processes that are consistent. And now that we know all that, going into the next 60 to 70 schools, we're excited for what's going to happen next year.
Great. Thank you all so much. So just a couple of thoughts. One is that there is obviously great interest from this board in this quote unquote big honkin' strategy and how we support it. And I think there's also perhaps a layer of concern around this is such a heavy lift going into phase 2, cohort 2, plus the addition of two other resources it's a tiny bit concerning. I'm not sure how that works, because when you were going through the process of just the learning process internally that you all have gone through with cohort 1 to get to a place where you're like, I understand what the resource is in a way that's you can be of service to teachers. That's a lot. So perhaps what the conversation is a follow-up where we can continue to ask questions and figure out how to best support this, because obviously, as I think everyone here has said out loud at one point in time or another, it's the foundation for how our kids are successful ultimately throughout the rest of their educational career. So we need to get it right, and we want to help you guys do that. So thank you all for being weightlifters and such a heavy lift for this, and I'm sure we'll have more to follow up on with you as we move forward. Superintendent Doran, anything else that you'd like to say before I shut it down?
No. Yes. I'm going to just make a point and say I'm very grateful that we're talking about literacy.
I was waiting for the big speech. Okay, great. Thank you all very much. Thanks. Have a great evening. Yeah, of course. So, board members, we're going to move now to executive session. Board members, is there a motion to move into executive session?
I move that the Board of Education moves into executive session to seek advice of legal counsel regarding determinations about the operation and maintenance of district schools pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B.
Awesome. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. It has been moved and seconded to move into executive session. After the vote to move into executive session, the public portion of our meeting will end. The board will reconvene in an open session at approximately 8:30 to adjourn our meeting from the seminar room. I'll take this opportunity because I'm reading it.
Happy everybody have a very safe and restorative spring break. Hopefully, everyone will get at least a little bit of time off. So, roll call, please.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
All right, we'll take a brief break to move into the seminar room. Thank you, Cabinet, for being here and for all your help. And we're done. Thank you all.